Good morning to the members of the public joining us today. We're going to get started in just a moment.
Good morning, and welcome to the Cradle-to-Career's Governing Board meeting. My name is Gavin Payne. I serve as chair of this governing board, which is meeting today in person at the Cradle-to-Career Systems offices at 400 R Street in Sacramento. I want to welcome and thank the members of the public who have joined us both in person and virtually. I want to make a number of quick notes before we get started in earnest. Interpretation services today. Today we have ASL interpreters with us and helping us to interpret the meeting. Please note that the interpreter will be pinned to the screen so it is visible for all members of the public during the meeting. Also, a little bit of a check, please. Can everybody hear me speak? Great, thank you. As a reminder to all members speaking today, we ask that when you introduce yourselves and say that when you introduce yourselves, you say your name and job title or your affiliation. Please do so slowly and then pause briefly before proceeding with your comments. It helps with the interpretation. I will make the first example. Gavin Payne, Cradle-to-Career Chair. Thank you very much today to Daniel Swartz and Paula DeMuro, who will be interpreting for us. We'll also be offering translation services in Spanish. To listen to comments given in Spanish, please select the globe icon at the bottom of the screen that says interpretation. Then select language interpretation, parentheses audio, and your language, such as Spanish. You'll then hear a live rendering of the comments of today's meeting in Spanish. I will pause for a moment for our interpreter to translate that. Thank you, Gabriela Tavili and Leticia Reina, for your help today.
Muy buenas mañanas a todos. Mi nombre es Leticia. Yo soy una de las intérpretes que va a estar ayudando, asistiendo el día de hoy para dejarles saber a aquellas personas que quieran escuchar la junta en español. Tenemos los servicios en español que están disponibles para esta reunión y se va a realizar por transmisión por web Zoom, para que usted pueda escuchar los comentarios, las preguntas en el español. Seleccione el icono del globo en la parte inferior de la pantalla que dice interpretación, o en inglés está puesto interpretation. Después usted puede seleccionar la parte que dice lenguaje, language interpretation. Está puesto en inglés, que es interpretación. Usted puede escoger donde dice el audio y su idioma en el español. Va a poder escuchar la junta directamente, los comentarios y todo completo en el español. Muchas gracias. Back to you. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Also, as we begin today, we acknowledge that this meeting is taking place throughout the unceded territory of California, home to nearly 200 tribal nations. I'm joining today from Sacramento, the traditional land of the Maidu, Miwok, and Nisenan people, whose presence, past, present, and future, we honor and respect. We'll now take a moment to pause and reflect. Thank you. We recognize the ancestral land on which we are collectively gathered and our responsibility to support and foster learning through the dissemination of knowledge consistent with the Cradle-to-Career data systems work to advance equity. We hope this acknowledgement encourages individuals to think about what it means to occupy space on Indigenous lands, and we invite attendees to learn more about the ancestral lands on which they reside here at native-land.ca, that website. So before we dig into today's meeting, I want to take a look at what's in front of us. In total, there are about 22 items on today's agenda. That agenda is posted on the C2C website. It specifically notes which items that we'll be accepting public comment on. And today, members will be voting on 2 agenda items. And there will be 5 opportunities for the public to engage with the governing board. We intend to open it up for general public comment at 2 points in today's meeting, once this morning just before our lunch break, and again at the end of the meeting as agendized. If you're a member of the public here with us in Sacramento and would like to make a comment, my request is that you complete a speaker slip so that I can call you by name at the appropriate time and that the record of this meeting can be full and complete. However, those speaker slips are voluntary, and if you need to speak or want to speak on any topic, you may at any time as it's appropriate. If you have the speaker slip and have filled it out, please give it to Sophia Aguiar. Sophia, can you raise your hand? In the back. She will do her best to get them all to me, and I will do my best to call upon you and not torture your name. In addition, we have many members of the public who are joining us via Zoom. Please, on Zoom, raise your hand to signal that you'd like to make a comment. And we'll, in our process, we first take comments from Sacramento in the room, and then we open up to comments via Zoom. Although we traditionally allot 2 minutes for public comment, if we have 10 or more people that would like to comment on an agenda item, we reduce the speaking time to 1 minute to accommodate all speakers. This is our practice and will continue to be our practice for all public comment opportunities. We have a very full agenda today and plan to end today's meeting in the late afternoon. We anticipate breaking for a 45-minute lunch around 12:15 and hope to have 2 10-minute breaks, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. Before I call the meeting to order, I have a few reminders and updates. First, I ask that all members of the governing board and the public please silence their phones. We also ask that those in the room be as quiet as possible here for accessibility purposes, as background noise can interfere with all of our interpretation services. As a reminder for members of the public that have joined us here in Sacramento, copies of meeting materials are available to you in the back of the room. Initially, you may notice board members accessing their laptops, as I am demonstrating here. It is just because we are using them to access board meeting materials in an electronic format. I also ask that when members of the governing board offer a comment, they say their name before speaking, just as I've mentioned earlier. The camera angles in the room can be tricky sometimes, and so the more we can be clear on who we are and where we're sitting and what we're saying, the better it can be for both the translation services and those joining us on Zoom. Lastly, and of course, today's meeting will be run according to the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act as required by law. So at this time, I would like to call the meeting to order. Before the roll call, I want to remind members to ensure that their microphones are turned on when speaking. That is indicated by the green light. I'm calling this meeting to order at 9:40 a.m. Stephanie, could you please call the roll and establish a quorum?
Chair Payne,
Here.
Member Tagorda,
Here.
Member Cifuentes. Here. Member Cochran. Member Evans.
Here.
Member Frigiueli.
Here.
Member Gonzalez Vasquez.
Here.
Member Hetz. Member Irwin. Member Jez. Member Laird. Member Lee.
Here.
Member Moldoff. Member Nellum. Member Ohanian. Member Romero.
Here.
Member Sublé.
Here.
Member Sullivan.
Here.
Member Tagorda.
Here.
Member Van Natten. And designate Ong for Member Vu.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Stephanie. One other quick announcement. Since our last board meeting in August, the board has said goodbye to Member DeGeer, who was the CTC representative. I want to take a moment to thank former Member DeGeer for his work on the board. And as we say goodbye and thank him for his service, I'm pleased to announce that the CTC has appointed Aaron Sullivan to the governing board as our newest member. Prior to today's meeting, the Secretary of Government Operations, Amy Tong, swore in Member Sullivan to the governing board. I want to thank the Secretary for her time, and I also want to take this opportunity to turn it over to Member Sullivan to provide a brief introduction.
Thank you, Chair Payne.
Well, it is a pleasure to be here. As you've seen, my name is Erin Sullivan. I have worked for the Commission on Teacher Credentialing since 2001. I've filled a variety of roles there. I worked in our licensing division for a while. I worked in our legislative unit for a while. And then I've had the pleasure of being in our Office of Professional Services for the last about 15 years, where we are responsible for working with constituents to set the standards for educator preparation in California and accredit the institutions that offer those programs. I am currently the interim director in that division, as Chair Payne noted. David DeGear, my predecessor, has moved on, and we do wish him best in that role. I'm very excited to be here. I was sworn in this morning. I've got my pen. But honestly, I'm really excited about this work. I'm excited to learn more about it, and I'm very happy to be a partner with all of the really very esteemed individuals in this room.
Thank you and welcome. For those of you, especially on Zoom, who want more information about our newest member, you can visit the Cradle-to-Career website. Her bio is already up. Thank you, Angelique Palomar and Shannon Serrato, for moving so fast to get that information up and ready. We'll move on now to our next agenda item 3, approval of the minutes from the August 14th, 2024 quarterly meeting. This is our first of 2 opportunities to vote as a board today. Members have all had the opportunity to review the meeting minutes from that August meeting. Would any member present wish to make any additions or corrections to those meeting minutes? Scanning. Thank you. Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve the August meeting minutes as submitted?
Meredith Lee, governing board member. I'll make the motion.
Thank you, Meredith. Thank you, Meredith.
Nathan Evans, CSU governing board member. I'll second.
Thank you, Nathan. Very wonderful. Okay, before we vote, of course, let us pause, as is our practice, for public comment. If you want to comment on this agenda item, please note that the comments should be limited to the August 24th governing board meeting minutes. Are there any speaker slips on this one? None. Very well. Are there any other people wishing in the room to speak on this item? Perfect, thanks. Stephanie, is there anybody on the Zoom that wishes to comment?
For members of the public attending via Zoom, please raise your hand at this time if you would like to comment on this agenda item. Chair Payne, I see no hands raised.
Marvelous. Well, then, seeing no public comment, either in the room or on the Zoom, I have a motion and a second. Stephanie, could you please call the roll?
Chair Payne,
Aye.
Member Tagorda,
Yes.
Member Cifuentes, Member Cochran,
Aye.
Member Evans,
Aye.
Member Ferjueli,
Aye.
Member Gonzalez Vasquez,
Aye.
Member Hetz, Member Irwin, Member Jez, Member Laird, Member Lee,
Aye.
Member Moldoff,
Aye.
Member Nellum, Member Ohanian, Member Romero, Member Sublé,
Aye.
Member Sullivan,
Abstain.
Member Van Natten, and designee Ong for Member Vu.
Aye.
For the clarity of the record, we have 14 ayes and 1 abstention.
Perfect. Motion passes. The minutes are approved. That takes us to the next item, agenda item 4. It's customary for this to be the board chair's report update from the chair. But what I've decided, since most of you know, is that in the intervening period since we last met, we lost one of our own board members. I want to just sort of take my time here to both remember Amy Fong myself, and then open it up for the group to be able to share some of their thoughts and ideas and remembrances of Amy as well. But before we do that, I think it's probably appropriate for this board to take a moment of silence to honor her and honor her passing. So if we could do that, please. Thank you. I had the privilege of working with Amy in a bunch of different venues in a bunch of different ways over the years. And it goes back to the time when I served as the chief deputy at the Department of Education here in California. We were all trying to put together the first iterations of data systems and ways that we could have better information about how students were doing and how young people were doing. I always found her to be thoughtful and careful in the work and very engaging as well. You know, like with the Cradle-to-Career board, the CSIS system exists in a world of sort of shared leadership, shared responsibilities, arrangements between sort of agencies and others that can be fraught and can be challenging. And at every instance in which I had an ability to interact with her, she managed the work gracefully and she managed it well. And it was complicated work, especially in the early days. The sort of the technology wasn't what we had today, and the infrastructure wasn't nearly as good as we have it today. And that we were able to pull anything off as a state, even then, was pretty remarkable. Of course, that's eclipsed by how remarkable it is we're in this room here together. And the grace that she brought to that enterprise, I recall fondly, was the same kind of grace that she brought to this table as our first board chair. And for that, I'm very, very grateful as a board member and as a person in the state who cares about good information about young people. She was an extraordinary first chair of this board. And so I just wanted to share that with the group. At this point, I'd love to invite any members, either here or on the Zoom, to share comments about Amy, and let's just share as a group. Chris, please.
Thank you, Chair Payne. Chris Virgilelli, University of California. So like all of you, I was very saddened to hear of Amy's passing. And I just have been reflecting back on the time that I had the privilege to work with her. And I've had the privilege to work with her on the Cradle-to-Career effort for the past 5 years, since the very beginning. And we started this work really kind of in a challenging time, or in the depths of the pandemic, when we were all at home on all-day Zoom meetings, challenging situation in many different respects. But what I always remember with Amy is, in addition to the professionalism and the dedication that Chair Payne mentioned, she always really strived to make a personal connection. And, whether it was just sending a direct message before every Zoom meeting, saying, "Hi, Chris, it's great to see you, welcome." And I later learned that she made it a point to do that with everybody, not just me. Like which I loved. And she really strived to make a personal connection. And then, when she became the inaugural board chair, she really took on that challenge, showed the leadership in a really difficult and, challenging situation, and really modeled for us, what that leadership is. But she also continued to really strive to make personal connections. I remember one of her initiatives as board chair was to have one-on-one check-in meetings with every board member over Zoom. And it was great. It was just a chance to check in and ask us, like, how are you? How are you doing? And to also remind us, like, of the contributions we're making, and they're valuable, and that she really wants, to encourage more participation. And that really made a big mark on me. Just the personal connection that she made. And I, really remember her leadership and her dedication. And I learned a lot from her professionally, but I really do remember her as such a kind and warm and welcoming person who always, made this environment feel that way. So my condolences and my deepest sympathies go out to her family. And I really am blessed and privileged to have had the chance to work with her.
Thank you. Debbie.
Hi, Debbie Cochran with the Bureau for Private Post-Secondary Education. I knew Amy only through the Cradle-to-Career governing board and feel very honored to have had the chance to work with her. I want to point out a particular moment, which was, I think, the most impactful thing, in my opinion, that we as a governing board have done with Cradle-to-Career is the hiring of our executive director, Mary Ann Bates. And those of you who were on the board at that time remember those discussions. They were not straightforward. They were not fast. But Amy really led us through them in a way that was deliberative and respectful, wanting to make sure everyone was heard. And obviously it led us to a stellar outcome. But I really believe that that was a masterclass in leadership. I've thought about those discussions. I've thought about that day, and people were frustrated in that room. We were ready to go home. But we all needed to hear each other, and we needed to make sure that we all felt really good about the outcome. And she got us there, and I'm incredibly grateful for that. And obviously, I know she will be missed by this community and the professional community in California and beyond, and I can't imagine how much she will be missed by her family.
Thank you. Yes, please, Marianne.
This is Marianne, Bates Executive Director. I also just wanted to reflect, so as he just mentioned, right, and as the inaugural board chair, Amy's the one who welcomed me into this role. I was new to this space and really, really appreciated how she set the tone for how the board is working together and for how the board works with the office. I learned a tremendous amount from Amy. One thing that really stood out is her emphasis on collaboration, and just helped me understand from day one that this effort will only succeed with everyone at the table working together in a collaborative fashion. And so, really took that to heart and learned so much from her on that. The other piece is whenever I think of Amy, I think of the phrase both and. Especially in that first year and a half, there was a lot to figure out, and there were a lot of challenges. There were a lot of differences of opinion, right, on how should we do this work, right? How should we as the office do our work? How should the board do this work? And I found myself slipping into like, well, clearly this is the right choice. Let's just do that. And she would challenge me to think about the both and. Right? Is there another option? Is there an option C? Is there a way to look at this from a new perspective? Is there a way to come to consensus? And so I always, whenever I think of Amy, I think of the phrase both and. And then finally, echoing what Member Ferguelli mentioned, she really cared about us as staff, and I felt she cared about me as a human at an individual level. And so she would send those texts. She would remember, my birthday or, special moments or a holiday, and just send a quick text with a little, image or a picture and a hello. And it just meant a lot to know that she was remembering us and thinking of us, not just when it was on the agenda and on her calendar, but throughout the day as well. So, I miss her deeply, and just share my deepest condolences with her family and the very large community of people here in California in the education space who miss her and have worked with her over many years.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Meredith Lee, board member. Thank you for having this space to share some memories. I also had the honor of serving alongside Amy from the very beginning of the governing board. So +1 to all that has been mentioned. It was clear to me from the very beginning that Amy's leadership was exactly what we needed to build those meaningful connections and to chart a path forward. I remember her very gentle but firm and ultimately successful recruitment for our first ad hoc committees. and how that set the stage for all the things that needed doing when we were just starting. Personally, I found her to be a deeply thoughtful, engaged, and as Marianne alluded to, a generous leader. I really appreciate that. And she would always keep us moving towards concrete goalposts and milestones, but also building this really key culture of curiosity and teamwork. And I think that has served us well. It's been essential in advancing our work here to benefit all Californians. I also remember that she would be thinking of students and mentoring, even though she had, not a lot of spare time as our first chair. And I really appreciate that. So thank you to Amy's family for lending her to us.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm gonna take a flyer on this and just speak parenthetically. I had the opportunity to run into Member Van Natten from the department on Wednesday at the state board meeting when I was over there, and she shared that she was going to be sharing some words as well. Unfortunately, she's had an emergency and she can't attend today, and so on her behalf, I just wanted to say she really valued the working relationship that she had and all of CDE's had with CSIS and Amy in particular for all of the reasons that people have stated here. As I said, it's sort of challenging work, especially intergovernmental and interagency, and she valued the relationship that she had with Amy. So that won't serve to convey the depth of feeling that Member Van Natten had, but I at least wanted to put that in the record and let you all know that. So thank you all. Oh, there's more. Robert.
Thank you. Robert Tagorda, Vice Chair. I had the privilege of collaborating with Amy since the inception of C2C. She was the founding chair, and she tapped me immediately for committee roles, committee leadership, and ultimately chair-elect, and cultivated this wonderful working relationship between the two of us at a very early stage of this organization. And I can attest that she valued results and high performance. She made that very clear from the beginning and was intent on ensuring that this Cradle-to-Career system was going to be a shining example of what our government can do for its people. She was very passionate about that, and she really believed in the fundamental mission and vision for our project. Beyond that, she was also really passionate and committed to service and equity. The idea that our data system, if we do our work correctly, should be able to reach and touch the lives of Californians, particularly those in the neediest communities of our state, was something that she really fundamentally believed in. In fact, when we were talking about why she had was asking me to serve as chair-elect, because I indicated to her, I'm not sure I'm the right person for this role because I'm not, I don't live in Sacramento and I don't represent a state agency. She expressed to me that actually I feel that your connection to communities in another part of the state is what we need at this particular time, and that has always stuck with me about her belief system. She was also really concerned about equity and ensuring that as we engage communities throughout the state, that we are able to reach those who have no voices typically in our government. And she was a fundamental believer in that, and I always appreciated that. But as everyone has already expressed, and I would affirm, she valued the establishment of a culture within our governing board and the entire organization of relationship and care for one another. To the degree that she desired collaboration, it was because she wanted to ensure that everyone at an individual level could truly flourish within this setting. And that manifested itself in a variety of different ways. she, everyone has already expressed, would check in with us on an individual and personal level. I can remember during one of our bi-weekly meetings, or actually at the time it was weekly meetings with the C2C team. As many of you know, if you've been on a Zoom call with me, I always wear a tie. Regardless, I'm always wearing a tie. And she got on the Zoom call and she was wearing Mickey Mouse ears, and she had just come back from Disneyland, which she loved. She loved that. She had taken her daughter there. She talked about how much she loves spending time with her daughter and how much Disneyland meant to her. And it was a moment that I had to appreciate, especially in hindsight, because I think it revealed her desire to always establish that personal connection, and that she would be willing to show her own vulnerabilities and share her own passions with us, because she truly believed that it was important to reach out to one another and stay connected at a very human level. There'd be times after these board meetings where she'd offered to drive me to the airport, for example. And perhaps if there's one conversation that she and I had during our collaborations that really now in hindsight sticks out to me most, it was when at one point during her tenure as board chair, she had to step aside from her role to take care of, I think what we now can see was some very challenging personal circumstances. And she called me and said, I apologize. I'm going to have to ask you to take on a greater role at a time when you might not have bargained on this. And we had a pretty long conversation about how, look, you need to take care of yourself. It's important for you to take care of yourself. And it's important for us to highlight the importance of taking care of yourself as an organization that is growing and establishing itself right now, because we need to establish a legacy that can outlast us even beyond what we were able to put together. And so she understood what that meant and lived it in many respects in a variety of different ways. And so I've, over the years, developed a real fondness for Amy and really appreciated and treasured the collaboration that she and I had together for many years. And I want to extend my condolences, my prayers and thoughts to her family and her loved ones during what is a very difficult time for all of us.
Thank you, Robert, for those great words. Any other comments from folks? Okay, perfect. Then we'll close this item out too, and I know people will want to share individually as we have our breaks and other things, remembrances, and I'm looking forward to hearing some of those and sharing more of my own. Thank you. With your permission, we will move on to the next item, agenda item 5. It's our update on the governing board liaison appointments, and this item I'll be presenting. So I want to refer members to the staff report that was drafted for this agenda item. If you're a member of the public and would like to follow along, the staff report can be accessed on the C2C website. So a little bit of background. You remember at the November 2023 governing board meeting, we had a long conversation and approved the creation and implementation of the sort of this notion of standing liaison roles for board members in all aspects of the board's work. The idea behind it was that individual board members had sort of individual interest in particular parts of what we were doing, and could be great assets to board deliberation and board conversation around those issues as a sort of a trusted resource and a liaison and an engager with other parts of the work that we do. It helps really in a large way to nurture a culture of governance at the board level, and and I think adds a lot of value to our deliberations and the work that we do. You recall that in February, former Chair Tagorda appointed the first board liaisons and stand-ins, folks who were available if the primary wasn't available, to a one-year term, concluding at the end of this calendar year. It has fallen to me to appoint board liaisons for the next year, and today I want to announce who those liaisons and stand-ins are. Please be aware, it won't be a surprise. I've already talked to you if I'm putting the finger on you. So I wanted to let folks know that and what was going on. Our liaison for liaising with CCGI and providing input to them and input to us on that is Nathan Evans. Thank you very much for agreeing to do that, Nathan. And as a stand-in, Catalina has agreed to step in when Nathan's not available, or as both participating in those deliberations and activities. So thank you for that. For the Community Engagement Advisory Board, the liaison is responsible for attending meetings and ensuring that the board learns insights from those deliberations that we might not otherwise get. We've appointed Chris Nellam as the liaison. Since he's on parental leave, I actually had I performed the role of stand-in at the last community engagement meeting, and it was quite informative, and I found it quite engaging as well. And so looking forward to hearing more on that. For the Data and Tools liaison, Annaluz has kindly agreed to be our liaison to that board and those meetings. Our design liaison responsible for data visualization, data storytelling, and brand identity is Meredith Lee. Thank you very much for continuing in that role. And it's one that the team loves you and you love them. So that's a wonderful activity. Thank you. Our e-transcript liaison, who's responsible for providing opinions of the tool and interacting back and forth with those folks, is John Hetz. So thank you, John, for doing that. And thank you, Jessica, for being the stand-in in those instances. More to come as I think of them and as I think we have some roles to fill going forward. But I wanted to sort of publicly acknowledge all of you and thank you for volunteering to be in those roles and to serve in those roles for us as we go forward. And so before we move on to the next agenda item, I want to open the floor to any member for questions or comments and whether on anything that's been transpired so far, just so we don't miss something if folks have comments or issues. Seeing none, let's continue. Moving on to our next agenda item 6. It's an update on the Office of Cradle-to-Career data by our own Mary Ann Bates, Executive Director of the system. Please proceed.
Thank you so much, Chair Payne. Good morning, everyone. So my update this morning is going to focus on the work we've done since your last meeting in August and some upcoming highlights. So recall that at your August meeting, Dan Lamoury provided you with a very detailed description of the opportunities and potential technical challenges that would need to be overcome to be able to link the data across these 8 data providers. So you can see our higher education partners, the Department of Education, and Student Aid Commission, as well as Health and Human Services agency partners. And you remember the detailed conversation with Dan on the technical challenges of that. I have to say, you've seen a slide very similar to this one previously, and changing the verb tense in it to say we have done this and have linked the data across the 8 partners, and then took that merged data and we're able to provide it to the Employment Development Department, who now for the first time have merged in the earnings data and shared that back with us. It brings me great joy to share that with you. So our team was incredibly busy over the last 3 months doing this work, and I'm happy to report that the linkage happened. If we can go to the next slide. So as you'll recall from Dan's presentation, the matching work included dealing with a number of issues like the mutations and collisions that he described, and doing both the deterministic and a probabilistic match. And as I mentioned, that work that enabled us to be able to share that data with EDD for them to be able to bring back the earnings data into the data system for the first time. And that earnings data, as you know, is crucial to powering the career side of the Cradle-to-Career data tools. So I'm incredibly grateful to the team and to our data partners for getting past both of those major milestones since we last met. In particular, I want to give a special shout out and thanks to Dan Lamoury and Moni Chitneni, who spearheaded the data infrastructure work, David Lang, who played a key role in the data mastering work as well. In past meetings, you've expressed interest in lessons we're learning from this process and matching the data. And so once the dust settles on the current dashboard, we'll be looking at ways to share that out with you in the broader community as well. The data programs team created a 6-part data visualization story about the pathways from education to the workforce for that first data story, with extensive input from community members and practitioners, and a detailed refinement of the wireframes that you saw and Ryan showed you at your August meeting, working with our designers. So special thanks to Ryan Estriato and his team, including Emily Schneider, Elizabeth Parati, Judy Chan, Julie Liao, and David Lang. So many thanks to that. The current work that we're tackling now is that subject matter experts and data partners reviewing the file extracts and visualizations. And then for the 6 visualizations, replacing the synthetic data that you saw in those wireframe mockups with the actual data system data. So that's the work that we're working on now. We will share a specific launch date with members once those 2 steps are complete. Once we've crossed that last gate of making sure we have thoroughly checked for any data issues that could have emerged during the data linkage and data visualization process. So we'll be in close touch with you on that. This afternoon, for item 16, the engagement team is going to walk you through our plans for the launch of the data story and how you can bring this shared work to your communities as well. So deeply grateful for Shannon Serrato and Angelique Palomar's work in close collaboration with both data teams to ensure that the narratives for the data story and the companion materials are welcoming and useful and really reflect the tremendous effort and shared collaboration that's gone into this first data story. Next slide. So as we reflect on getting ready to release our first analytical data tool, I wanted to think a little bit about the layers of the data system, if you will, and how we're making insights from that data available to the public. So on the slide, you can see to the left an image representing the microdata, right? The actual underlying data that's in the data system. And then one level up from that would be aggregated data files, right? Data files for groups of individuals that researchers can dig into. And then moving more to the right, we have a visual representing the data stories, these dashboards that we're releasing. And as you think about it, each data story looks at one corner of the data system's data at a time, if you will. So our first data story isn't going to visualize every single data point that's in the data system that's already been shared or that will be shared in the future. It's a particular story about a particular theme and topic, right? The paths from high school through higher education into the workforce. And the products that we're releasing map to these different levels of granularity. So on the far right, the data stories, thematic dashboards about one particular topic at a time. And then these aggregated data files is about the query builder that we will be working to develop, and the files that researchers can dig into that lets them get into finer detail than the data stories would, but still is about groups of individuals. And then the secure data enclave that we need to build for the research data request process is what unlocks the microdata for specific independent research projects. So just recall that we're starting all the way on the right, starting with a dashboard, and then we'll work our way through these different levels of making the insights from the data available to Californians. Next slide, please. I imagine and anticipate that when we release the first analytical data tool, it will be like inviting people to a buffet and then you serve just the appetizers and everyone's like, but where's more? You know, what more? Yes, this is wonderful, but what else, right? That's just the reaction. And any of you who have worked on data tools or released them are nodding with a sense of experience on this. So I wanted to point to a few resources for telling this story. One is about what do future versions of that first data story look like? And our team wrote a blog about that. It's on our website on what to expect in this first data story, what's going to be there, what's not there yet. So for example, in future versions, we'll have more years, right? We're starting with high school graduates this year. We expect that 1 year later, we'll be able to start with 11th graders and then 10th graders and work our way back. Also be able to follow people in the labor market for a longer period of time. Future versions will also focus on having more colleges, higher education represented, including out-of-state nonprofits, for-profits through a potential partnership with the National Student Clearinghouse. So that's for the first dashboard. And then we also have future data stories planned. So remember, we have a page on our website that's linked here with descriptions of the planned dashboards that were developed during the planning process. And as we continue to receive data from our data providers, we will continue to update those descriptions of the planned dashboards and what's possible. So I wanted to highlight these resources for you because this can help you tell the story and answer questions that come your way as well. And of course, we are here for you. Next. Okay, highlighting a few other things that we've been up to. In August, I mentioned and shared with you that we were selected for the University of Pennsylvania's Actionable Intelligence for Social Policies, Equity in Practice Learning Community. And between then and now, a number of members from our team had the honor of attending a convening hosted by this group in Montgomery, Alabama. And there, our staff joined local and state integrated data systems from Utah, San Francisco, Minnesota, and Florida. So our team was able to share our work here in California and also gained insights on how other states are embedding equity into their data system efforts. And this group's focus is specifically on building racial equity in integrated data systems. So it's directly relevant to the work that we're doing. And I'm grateful that we're part of this community that continues to support us virtually throughout the year as well. Next slide. This slide is about a potential partnership that we're excited about, and I wanted to let you know about it. We're exploring a partnership with the California Kids Investment and Development Savings Program, or CalKids, which is under the state's Treasurer's Scholarship Investment Board. And CalKids offers newborns and eligible low-income public school children in California an initial seed deposit so they can start their college and career savings journey right from the beginning. And we're currently exploring possibilities for data sharing that could help foster the take-up of CalKids accounts. So wanted to share this possibility with you. Next slide. And finally, I'd like to highlight a number of new staff members. So we have Cynthia Lopez Montez joining us. She's our new information officer as part of our communications team and brings valuable experience as a journalist, public radio, and prior experience here within the state. And one thing I'm particularly excited about is that we work to leverage the state's position classifications to give this position a bilingual designation. So that's why it's called Information Officer Bilingual. And that means that we can specifically recruit for and compensate staff for their bilingual expertise related to their job duties. So very excited to welcome Cynthia to the team and all the depth of expertise that she is bringing to our work. And I know the engagement team is delighted to be growing and have that bandwidth and expertise too. Also very excited that the Executive Fellows Program, we have an Executive Fellow who's joining us on Monday, Helen Fun, and we're thrilled to have received a fellow through the Competitive Executive Fellows Program. This is a truly exceptional cohort of young professionals, and many departments and agencies vie for them. So we're really excited. And I want to give special thanks to my colleague in the Executive Office, Brittany Ortiz, who's an alum of the Executive Fellows Program and who spearheaded our strategy and engagement with the program this year. So many thanks to Brittany, and we're very excited about having Helen join our team on Monday. So with that, I will turn it back over to the chair and welcome any questions.
Thank you. Chair Payne, any questions? Yes, John.
Member Hetz, for the California Community Colleges. I don't really have a question so much as a comment. So I see that comments are allowed. And I just wanted to very specifically say, I think the move to include Cal Kids is this incredible thing. Like one of the powers of what we've been doing is being able to connect data together to get the people of California the things that rightfully belong to them. Right. And there are resources out there for students that they don't know that they have. And so I just think this is a remarkable thing. So I just want to say kudos to the team for trying to pull this off.
Thank you, John. Other questions or comments? Seeing none, let's move on to the next agenda item. If we could, please, we'll move on to number 7, presentation on the Workforce Data Task Force. And I'd love to invite Judy Chan, who's our Deputy Director of Digital Services, to present this update. Please take it away, Judy.
Thank you, Chair Payne. Good morning, everyone. As Chair Payne mentioned, my name is Judy Chan, and I'm the Deputy Director of Digital Services at C2C. I would like to refer members to the staff report that was drafted for this agenda item if you're a member of the public and like to follow along. The staff report can be accessed on the website. Next slide, please.
Could you move the mic a little bit closer, please?
How's this? Okay. So one of the work streams for fiscal year 24-25 is expanding the data system to include workforce data. This is part of our 5-year timeline and prioritized in our annual work plan. We're working with the Labor and Workforce Development Agency to identify information to bring into the data system. The additional data will allow insight into the trajectories and outcomes of individuals who participate in workforce training programs. So in our usual C2C fashion, we'll be using a collaborative approach to identify research questions. We'll be launching a public workforce data task force between January and April of next year to leverage the expertise of others and to provide an opportunity to give input into the right research questions and the data points that will be needed to answer those questions. Next slide, please. So the task force will be comprised of 2 governing board members, 2 DTAB members, and 2 CEAB members, and also community members from the community. So we're in the process of filling those seats. Member Romero and Member Gonzalez Vasquez have agreed to join as members of the task force. So thank you, Member Romero. Thank you, Member Gonzalez Vasquez, for representing the governing board and for bringing your expertise to doing the important work of expanding the data system. So the task force will meet between January and April of next year. And here are the dates that are proposed for the meeting. So we invite you to tune in, and that includes my presentation.
Marvelous, thank you. Any member comments or questions?
Yes, Jessica.
Thank you, Judy. Looking for, oh, sorry, go ahead, Jessica.
Jessica Moldoff, California Student Aid Commission. So just wondering about, so we have the wage data coming in from EDD. I guess what specific, I mean, is this basically to find the data elements, like to identify which data elements, like what kinds of additional elements would be possible in this? Like, what are we kind of seeing as, but I don't know if it's too early to ask. So I guess, what does this mean for the data system if you already have a general idea?
So we've been working really closely with the labor agency in the fall. To create draft documents about what the data elements could include. So that's working closely with CalJobs, ETP, CWDB, and also DAS. So we have draft documents about how data could be improved or what kind of additions could be added from other state entities. So that draft document will be released before the task force, but right now we're still working on it.
Thank you.
I have a comment.
Please.
Javier Romero, member, and my daytime gig is the Deputy Director of the Workforce Service Branch under EDD. And we administer a lot of those programs, and the Labor Agency and EDD and our sister departments under the Labor Agency are excited for the potential here. And the potential here is we oversee programs that are often funded federally that, for example, WIOA. And our labor agency, they have they're very focused on equity. And so many of our programs, the way we've been shaping our policies, and we don't not only administer the WIOA program, we also oversee grant making. And you'll see some common strands throughout. It's the focus on equity, focused on populations that are traditionally disadvantaged, that are disconnected from what we know as the education system. And for example, we've been focused on farm workers. We've been focused on English language learners coming out of the pandemic. Who was first hit and who was the last one to come out of that mess was the immigrant workforce. Our youth programs are focused on disconnected youth, justice involved, and so on. So the potential we see is how effective are our programs in reconnecting these disconnected populations, not only to our programs and the program and the tracking that we do to stay in good standing with our funders, but also what's the impact of them actually transitioning into post-secondary. Our aspiration is not just to be in good standing with our funders, but is actually to change lives. And we're convinced that that's going to entail increased education attainment, credentialing beyond the terms of our grant funding. And so this is kind of the infrastructure we see that will set us up to track and actually incentivize those, implementation of those programs. So maybe get ahead of myself, but that's the potential we see.
Thank you, Member Romero. That was a very artful description, and we appreciate it. Other questions? Member Hetz.
John Hetz, California Community Colleges. First of all, I just want to second Member Romero's enthusiasm for the need for this. And I would just make one ask. We spend a lot of time in the California Community Colleges in this space as well. And so we have a lot of workforce training, not for credit or contract education that spends a lot of time developing kind of the pipeline to workforce data. So we would love to contribute in any way that we might be allowed to contribute.
Member Romero, Secretary Knox won't allow you to do otherwise. He works very closely with the chancellor, and so they're going to bring that to the table.
We love collaboration. Thank you. Yes, Member Sujin, Jess.
Hi, Sujin Jazz from California Competes. Just wanted to say how excited I am that the Cradle-to-Career data system is tackling this work. And wanted to flag a few things that make this particularly exciting for me is our state spends billions of dollars in various workforce development programs. We have dozens of programs across several state agencies. So it also feels like this is the entity that will also be able to, this sort of like cross-sector intersegmental work is such an important place. And for the many Californians who, we have a high unemployment rate, compared to other states, the highest poverty rate in our nation, the largest one of the largest economies of the world at the same time. So it feels like something we could really tackle if we really understood better, how are our programs better serving residents. So I think this will be really critical to our state doing a better job in serving, 40 million Californians. So I'm thrilled. I will be there at these meetings. One question was, you mentioned this draft. Is that going to happen? You said before the task force. Is that before the January meeting or before the task force, before the January meeting? Awesome. I'm excited. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you for those comments. Any others? Yes, Annalisa.
Member Gonzalez Vasquez, and I am equally excited to to be able to look at this data and also use it to help think about equity. Like Board Member Romero said, really think about equity and job quality improvements. What does those look like? And really dig in and to see if there's any possibility to improve existing programs, but also, as Member Head said, think about additional data that can help tell the real story of what's working and what's not. So thank you for that. Really excited to be in these meetings.
Marvelous. Thank you. Others? Thank you, members, for those great comments. There's a lot of excitement around this and for a lot of our activities as well. We are at, on the agenda, our time for a break. We are running a little bit ahead of schedule, so thank you all very much for that. But let us take 10 minutes to have a break, and we'll be back here at 10:42. Thank you. The hour of 10:43 having arrived. With your permission, board members, we're going to call an audible here and change around the schedule a little bit. The next item, the folks are not yet present for it. And so we are going to move to item 15 and have Leslie Taylor give us an update on the offices and the Cradle-to-Career's budget. So Leslie, please take it away. Item 15.
Thank you, Chair Payne. Good morning, everyone. Leslie Taylor, Director of Operations here in the office. I'd like to refer members to the staff report that was prepared for this item. If you're a member of the public and would like to follow along, the staff report can be accessed on the C2C website. So whenever we talk about the state budget, we're going to be talking about multiple fiscal years when we're talking about these resources available to the office. So we're going to start all the way back in the beginning with the historical context when the office was created in the 2021 Budget Act. So that means the first year we're going to cover is fiscal year 2021-22. That year, as the office was getting started, $16.2 million was available. As we started to stand up, many of you were here when the governing board was seated in November 2021, when the executive director was appointed effective February 1st, 2022. Then by June of that year, 2022, the office had expended about $2.3 million. And the $13.3 million that was remaining was reappropriated or carried forward to the next fiscal year as part of a budget request that was supported by GovOps. In year two, fiscal year 2022-23, the office had $10.26 million in ongoing funding, and then had that $13.3 million reappropriation from the prior year available one time. So it had to be expended within that fiscal year. So that year we expended about $21 million, including many multi-year expenditures related to the build phase of the data system. We're going to stay on year two for a second and use this funding as an example to explain a little bit more about the availability and use of budgetary resources. This year was especially important because C2C made several large multi-year commitments in fiscal year 22-23, including contracts for the system integrator and user experience user interface designer, consulting services from WestEd and the Possibility Lab. The dollars appropriated or authorized in the budget are tied to that enactment year, that fiscal year, and the funds must be encumbered or committed by the end of that same fiscal year. For purposes of the budget, if we've made that commitment, we've made the encumbrance, that's part of the budgetary expenditure. So it's not the same as dollars that actually went out the door. It includes the commitments that we made. Then we have 2 additional fiscal years to get the dollars out the door. So funding that we receive in fiscal year 22-23 is available until June 30th of 2025, provided that we committed it to a specific use on time. Any funding that's not encumbered during the enactment year or that remains at the end of those 2 years, at the end of the expenditure deadline, goes back to the general fund. It's called reverts. Please look to attachment A of the staff report in this item for glossary of budget terms, if that's helpful. Okay, moving forward, in the prior year, So that's fiscal year 23-24 that just ended, feels like it was just a day or so ago, June 30th, 2024. The office received about 15.4 million ongoing in the budget. About 9.7 million was expended, and 600,000 was reappropriated to the current year that we're now in as one-time funding to start the statewide scaling of eTranscript California. You probably remember this from our prior meetings. This was part of the budget request process, again, supported by GovOps. So last year, before the midpoint of the fiscal year on December 12th, 2023, the Department of Finance issued Budget Letter 2327, Current Year Expenditure Freeze. This budget letter directed all entities under the governor's direct executive authority to take immediate action to reduce current year general fund expenditures. So that was the budget environment for the majority of the last fiscal year. And C2C's unused funds, which were about 5 million, did revert to the general fund as that budget letter intended. So just to dig a little bit deeper into how we spent our money last year, roughly 1/3 of ongoing funding was used for personal services. That's the expenses related to the office staff, so salaries, benefits, that kind of thing. And roughly 2/3 was used for operating expenditures. The most significant operating expenditure of ongoing funding was for consulting and professional services, very consistent with last year. So consulting costs are both internal and external. This table highlights some of last year's key expenditures. So just going back 1 second to the kind of explainer on budgetary expenditures, this means commitments that were made using the fiscal year 23-24 funding. So it does not include ongoing services that were tied to funding from an earlier year, like the one-time funding we expended in 22-23. So in the data infrastructure vertical, contracts for implementation services specific to the components of the data system are helping to keep the build on track, while security implementation services provide for independent review of C2C's capabilities, policies, and processes for privacy and security, including recommendations for risk management, testing, and incident response. In the data programs vertical, we entered into a multi-year relationship with the California Education Lab to partner on our student experience audit and received student tracker data from the National Student Clearinghouse. In the engagement vertical, we continued our commitment to accessibility and inclusion with interpretation and translation services and graphic design services. And in the operations vertical, this is where you see most of our internal consulting costs tied to interagency agreements for partners such as the Department of General Services and CalHR. More information is available, publicly available on Cal eProcure. So current year, C2C's available budget is still a little bit unsettled. The initial appropriation was 15.4 million ongoing. However, as I know our data providers will be familiar, the Budget Act also included 2 control sections that will reduce C2C's budget. We discussed these a little bit at the August meeting. Control section 4.12 is the vacant positions funding reduction and elimination of positions drill. And control section 4.05 is the ongoing reductions to state operations drill, under which C2C can expect a 7.95% cut. So the results of the drills to implement these budget control sections are still pending. We do not have final answers on what that looks like for C2C, but what we do expect at this time is to lose authority and associated funding for at least 1 position. That would reduce our ongoing position authority from 27 to 26. For ongoing reductions, that's the 7.95% cut. We built this year's budget to that cut amount, seeing the control section being conservative to ensure that we flag and take any decisions around our fiscal priorities and need to make the difficult decisions as early as possible. Next slide, please. Oh, thank you. So what will next year look like? As always, our first indication of available resources for the budget year will be in the governor's proposed budget, which is released on or about January 10th, 2025. At the August meeting, this board approved the office to explore 5 areas of resource needs. Just for a reminder, those were security, privacy, and data quality, effective tools, data requests and research, governance and policy, and legal and administrative requirements. The office drafted a multi-year budget change proposal requesting new resources aligned to C2C's statutory charge in these 5 areas. In concept, the scope of the request included 24 new positions phased in over 3 years, reclassification of 3 existing positions, funding associated with those new and reclassified positions, as well as $2.8 million ongoing for operating expenditures. The office continues to work in collaboration with GovOps leadership and the Department of Finance within the confidential budget request process. This concludes my presentation. I'd be glad to answer any questions the board may have.
Any questions or comments from members? Yes, please, Member Sullivan.
I just want to, having listened to a number of budget updates over the years from budget staff, I just want to appreciate the way that you presented this in terms that made sense to, I mean, I've been listening for a very long time and I knew what a lot of those things meant, but some of the translation, it was fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Member Sullivan.
Do you have any sense, that's just a question for me, about what next year's budget, what next year's receipts look like at all? Do we have any kind of signals from anybody that says it's going to be a good year or a bad year?
I would not go toward good, nor would I want to get ahead of our friends at the Department of Finance on their projections. I'm still excited to get this year pinned down so that we can make sure that we maximize our use of resources this year. We've really accounted for about every dollar that we have. So my hope is that we can get some resolution on that and then look toward the year ahead where we can build out our focus on new analytical tools and, you know, all of the exciting kind of back and forth that Marianne highlighted on getting to the different levels of the data is what I'm looking forward to in the upcoming year.
Thank you. Jessica, please.
Jessica Moldoff, California Student Aid Commission. Thank you so much for this overview. I'm wondering when it comes to the budget cuts and maximizing every dollar, like, do you all anticipate anything that's, I mean, for us, like as a state agency, the question is always like, how are these cuts going to affect our services? So I'm wondering, like, is there anything that you all are anticipating that's going to be delayed or removed as a result of trying to make those hard cuts?
Sure. I'd like to give a short answer of no, but it's kind of the opposite of yes and. What's very challenging about the budget of the office is that it's very small. So unlike a department that has many program offices and, you know, buckets the size of our budget in different program areas, you can find some budget dust somewhere, reprioritize. With only $15 million, there's nowhere to reprioritize from and to. So I think the biggest threats are probably unanticipated cost escalations related to the more technical parts of the system itself, many of which may be out of our control, needing to adapt to those, and the potential for that to slow down or delay other work that we just wouldn't be able to move as fast as we could if we had more resource availability. Yeah.
Chair Ping.
Please.
Yes. Robert Tagorda, Vice Chair. The proportions that you shared with us by budget category, do you anticipate at least those proportions remaining more or less the same? Is that what we can typically expect on a year-to-year basis?
I do. I expect that consulting and professional services will continue to be kind of the lion's share of the operating expenditures. as we move away from this initial system build, we will be doing different types of building that will also rely on consultants. What my team is working toward this year is a really fleshed out bi-vertical budget. I'm very excited. Our team has to do a lot of tracking on the back end, right? So just to be a bit technical, right? We're one program code in the budget. That's all we have. All the funding is commingled. So everything that my team is doing to disaggregate that, pull it apart so that our directors can understand, well, how much do I have for engagement? And, how much do we have for data programs? And how do these multi-year things kind of come together so we can make sure that we're checking all the boxes, filling up all the buckets of our priorities. We're doing that work kind of internally to figure out what does that look like in steady state. And that's the additional challenge of being new is we've not achieved steady state yet, not nearly. So we're still kind of inching toward that and recalibrating each year, looking backward, looking forward, so that we are, again, making sure that we can use every dollar that's available to us to support the system and our goals in our work plan.
With respect, I don't know that the term steady state can be applied to any state agency.
Fair enough.
In this day and age, especially. Other questions or comments? Yeah, Member Hetz.
Yes, Member Hetz for the California Community Colleges. Just a quick question. We have a special session that's about to start. Have we done anything to think about, things that are going to tie into the purpose of that special session in order to think about resources that the Cradle-to-Career office may ask for during that session?
We do have we have a budget request submitted. It is open. We are in active conversations with GovOps leadership in the Department of Finance. Should something arise in special session that we feel needs resource attention, we'd be eager to have that conversation.
Perfect. Other comments or questions? Thank you, Leslie, for your time and for going with us on the Audible and being able to present earlier than you anticipated. So I really appreciate that. We're still a little bit ahead of time for our guests to come in. Member Moldoff, are they?
I think the constraints were actually the second and third. So I think CSAC is ready.
If CSAC is ready, well, let's go forward with that. Thank you. So this is item 8 in your books. I would love to invite Jessica Moldoff, who's one of our members, as you know, will be presenting on the California Student Aid Commission contributions to the Cradle-to-Career data system. Member Moldoff is joined by Abigail Barondas, Strategic Data Project Fellow for CSAC. As a reminder to members and the public, this presentation is part of a series of ongoing presentations where we ask data providers to present at our quarterly board meetings. If you're a member of the public and would like to follow along, information about the presenters and the presentation can be accessed on the C2C website. Thank you, Member Moldoff and Abigail Barondas, for presenting today. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair Payne. So today, our presentation is, I would say, almost about a little bit of the opposite of the student aid contributions. And to that extent, for our data provider update today, we can tell this presentation data in, data out, question mark. I think it's no surprise to anyone who pays attention to what I say every meeting that the idea of data flowing between data providers has always been a big part of the possibilities of Cradle-to-Career. And definitely ever since I've been working at CSAC, at the California Student Aid Commission, I definitely, we have a lot of data, but there's also a lot of data that we lack. So I'm hoping that with the help of Cradle-to-Career and other data providers, that we can start to close some of those gaps and really be able to make data more actionable for data providers as well as for the students and families in California. Next slide, please. But we will talk about the contributions. As a recap, as we talked about last November when the Student Aid Commission presented to the board. The data that CSAC provides to Cradle-to-Career includes eligible, awarded, and paid students for all of our state aid programs, both the big ones such as Cal Grant and Middle Class Scholarship, as well as these small ones such as some programs that are even closed, like the Apple, which is like the Assumption program for teachers that sunset a while ago, but was still present within this time frame, to things such as the California Maryland Department's GI Bill, so a wide variety of different state programs. Also, the institution that this student was awarded or paid at, the payment amount, the dependency status of the student, currently the expedited family contribution, but in the future, the student aid index, since that's replacing EFC starting this year in 24-25. Also, parent income and education level, as well as student demographics that include such things as gender, homelessness status, and military status, as we receive from the ICERs, the institution student income reports. Sorry, I've forgotten what ICER stands for. Basically, the FAFSA records. We say ICER so much that sometimes I forget even that there is an actual acronym meaning behind that. But that's what we talked about last time. This time, next slide, please. I want to bring up a very lengthy text slide, but it's for a very good purpose. So basically, this is from Senate Bill 1644, Chapter 43, Statutes of 2000. Why Statutes of 2000? This is actually the bill that established the entitlement program for the Cal Grant. You can see its very long official name in the first paragraph there, the Ortiz, Pacheco, Puchigan, Vasconcelos Cal Grant program. So basically, this is what the entitlement program started with this, and within that statute, it indicates things that we need to report on annually as the Student Aid Commission, who is responsible for administering these programs. We need to provide the student's education level, grade point average, segment of attendance, how many community college transfer students, that's specifically for our community college transfer program. And those are all things that we provide currently. You can visit our website. We have annual reports. We're actually going to be releasing the reports for 23-24 very soon, once we kind of finalize some adjustments we need to make to them. But the thing that we don't have is in the next piece, B, a longitudinal component that measures student persistence and graduation rates over time. This has been required of the commission since 2000, but we do not have this data. We have some enrollment data currently for students in order to determine whether or not they're eligible for programs, especially our community college entitlement programs. We receive enrollment data more or less real time, mostly just kind of once a term, in order to determine that, yes, they are community college students, and yes, they are able to get this data. We also get information, very extensive information from UC and CSU for those middle class scholarship students, because we need to know basically their entire financial aid package, because the middle class scholarship is a last dollar program. So we need to create the calculation for that program. But that's really it. It's kind of the end of the line. The only way we really know that a student is even enrolled is that they get paid. And then we only know if they persist because if we see them show up the following year. So we cannot report on this. So it's been a major gap in our statutory mandated reporting for the last 24 years. So what are we going to do about it, and how can Cradle-to-Career help? And I will turn over to Abby to talk about the plan.
All right, great. So, right, in an effort to obtain and report on the student outcomes data, such as graduation rates and persistence, CSAC is developing a business use case proposal to sort of be a pilot of the process and to demonstrate the power of the data system to facilitate data sharing between CSAC and higher education partners. Right, with the big value add of C2C here being their ability to match CSAC's paid student data with the public segments data. So thinking about our strategic data project, the goal here is really twofold. So first, the project is hoping to lay the groundwork for ongoing analysis in the years to come, by establishing sort of a regular data sharing agreement, in addition to facilitating the design of thoughtful reports on student post-secondary outcomes like persistence and graduation rates for financial aid recipients across different subgroups and student demographics. And then additionally, the project is really seeking to identify the return on investment of California's annual $3 billion investment in financial aid, to hopefully facilitate conversations with lawmakers and leaders to lead to more evidence-based and equitable investments in financial aid.
Go back, please. I also want to note that the data from Cradle-to-Career is not the only data we're looking at. As all of you may or may not know, should know, we don't just provide aid to the public institutions. The Student Aid Commission was actually created in order to provide financial aid to private institutions, because back when the commission, which had a different name, which escapes me at this point, I think something about Scholarship Board, WAC was created almost 70 years ago, the public institutions were free. So there was no need for financial aid for those institutions to cover tuition and fees, because there were no tuition and fees minus a couple of specified, like maybe like some enrollment fees, like a little different things, basically not tuition as we know them today. So it really was just for private students. So we still serve those private school students, both at nonprofit and for-profit institutions. So part of our project is also to be pulling data from the National Student Clearinghouse that we do hope to also pass on to Cradle-to-Career. It's part of the contract that we're currently working on with the National Student Clearinghouse to get that data too, so we can report not just on the students at the public segments, but also the students at the private segments that are receiving aid. Also, given today that it was shared that the EDD wage data is in the system, we also hope to add that to it, because of course the investment is really only going to be a true return on investment if we have the outcome dollars as well as the income or the input dollars. Okay, next slide. Thank you. So that's a plan. So TBD on that one. But I will also say we actually have a couple of other future activities that we're hoping to pursue. One of which is identifying new opportunities for data sharing to eliminate redundancies. I mentioned that our BUCP now, under the Master Data Exchange Agreement, is looking at how we can actually get the data to provide that report that, again, was mandated 24 years ago. So we have a lot of back data to work on. But also, we do recognize that there are some areas where we can continue to use data now through Cradle-to-Career in order to not necessarily ask for the same data again for other purposes. I'm being purposely vague. And then the second piece is actually, so we've been working with the California College Guidance Initiative, CCGI, for many years now. We do, I think, a near like nightly data flow between us and them regarding students' applications for financial aid, and also whether or not we have GPA submitted from their schools. We're working on enhancing that even further. But also an enhancement that we're looking forward to as well is working with CCGI on the content of their financial aid literacy modules within California Colleges.edu. So I think that's something that our programs unit is still engaging them with, but I'm looking forward to having some insight and actually potentially using that as a way for students to know who CSAC is, so they don't just throw our emails in the junk, even though we're trying to give them money for school. All right, next slide. So I will say that part of the reason why this kind of going back to the business use case proposal, part of the reason why this has a lot of fervor for us right now is because CSAC is trying to create a new 5-year strategic plan that really focuses on like collective efforts, like we talked before about the importance of Cradle-to-Career being collective effort. We really want to keep going with that whole nature of a collective effort to address workforce needs and economic mobility. So I'll say on the next slide, that strategic plan is going to consist of 3 goals. There's equitable access, equitable success, as equitable success choice. Sorry, the second one should be equitable support. I don't know how that got duplicated. We really mean success. But so equitable access, support, success. It even says success choice on my deck here on my computer. That's completely my oversight. But really focusing on where this project is in that equitable success metric. It's saying empower students to complete their education by increasing the number receiving aid for which they're eligible. And here's the key part, creating metrics to inform future state equitable investments. We know that dollars talk and outcomes talk. We have been crippled by not having this key outcome metric in order to actually advocate for more aid for students across California. So, I mean, you can just see like this is like my pet project basically at CSEC. Like ever since I realized we don't have this data, it's really been like the most important thing on my mind to get this data. And I'm excited that the pieces are very slowly starting to line up. And with that, on the last slide, if you want to know more about our strategic plan and all the little bits and pieces that go into it, please visit our landing page with the QR code. We actually have a webinar on this coming Tuesday about it, but we're still kind of in the process of development. But I will say that this project is still going to be quite the major focus of at least that success goal, because how do we know we're successful unless we actually see the students at the finish line? And that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Moltov. Your exuberance is infectious. It's remarkable to me, just having known a little bit about CSAC over the years, sort of how much money is left on the table by students, young people who just either don't know or can't figure out how to navigate and get through the system. And it shouldn't be just on them, right? So what you're trying to envision and what you're trying to put together is a system that can capture them and help them at the same time they're trying to help themselves. And so it's really, really rather remarkable. So thank you. Questions or comments from members? Yes, Member Ferguelli.
Christopher Dwelly, University of California. Not a question, but just a comment. Thank you. Oops, sorry. Yeah, a little bit. Okay, it's either. Thank you for that very informative presentation. And I think this is a great example of highlighting an important aspect of the vision and mission of Cradle-to-Career is to really have California state agencies leverage the data. We have an important public-facing mission to provide data to the public, but there's also an important mission for data providers and all California agencies that are signatories to the Master Data Exchange Agreement to use the data to not only streamline all of these reporting requirements that we have and reduce all the reporting burden, but also to promote more data-informed and data-driven policymaking, more efficient allocation of resources. And I'm really glad to see CSAC taking the lead and really getting us started on that. And I hope that all of our respective agencies and others could really make an effort to leverage this. So I'm looking forward to working with you and seeing the benefits of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Jez.
Okay, thank you for this. I really appreciate obviously CSAC's work in the focus, the blueprint. A quick question. You mentioned matching paid students, and I was wondering if there's any benefit to matching unpaid students, and I think to Gavin's comment about eligible students who may not be receiving aid.
Yes, that is actually something that I think that's definitely when looking at the actual data we want to get from Cradle-to-Career and also the National Student Clearinghouse, it does come down to like how, like the more data we have, the deeper we can go. Like I think the statute really is just wanting to know like what are the actual outcomes. So it's very like just reporting like descriptive statistics. But the better report, of course, will be if we get information on students who either maybe not so, I mean, to a certain degree, ones who were eligible, who were offered an award but didn't take it up. Like there could be lots of reasons for that. But some of the a lot of information that other researchers have done in the past that has not really been updated recently has really focused on our competitive program, because that's a program that's really built for a quasi-experimental design where you have students who are right below the cutoff, right above the cutoff. If anyone knows quasi-experimental design, you kind of know where this is going, where you can really see like these are students who are effectively the same students. Like it really allows you to do an apples to apples comparison that isn't always available in social science data. It's not like we can do an experiment, say like you get Cal grades, you don't. Arguably that is what we do in the competitive program, but there is a method to the madness rather than just pure randomness. But yes, so ideally that would be at least the first population to look at, like if we really want to say like, this is the impact this grant is having, because I think it's something that was even brought up before, talking about how Cradle-to-Career can do a financial aid dashboard, is that we don't just want to show that financial aid is putting people on par or potentially even have like a lower graduation rate than the rest, because they're not the same as the rest. Like there is a certain amount of nuance that needs to happen. And that's why a lot of our requests for the data does involve a lot of the other pieces. It's not, we don't just want to know the enrollment data. We want to know all these other little pieces, like did they take online courses? Did like what's their like demographics? Like we currently don't have race ethnicity data. It's something that we get kind of piecemeal from CDE occasionally, but even though the FAFSA asks, we're not getting it anytime soon. But yeah, so like that's like really basic stuff. Like we need to have that like additional data, because it is important to see not just that financial aid works, but who it works for. And that's really a problem with not having outcome data for our programs, because oftentimes like the programs that get developed are just like someone's pet project that money gets thrown at, and it's great. Money's always good. I think in any kind of study, you see that like when you give more people more money, things go well for them. But really being like in a time of like financial crisis, especially now, it's important to know exactly like who is the money benefiting, where if the resources are in project A versus B, what's actually going to happen? Like, should we continue to fund this program because it has good outcomes? Because there are some programs we have, like I mentioned, the Assumption Program for Loans for educators before, like that was one of our old teacher programs. It hasn't come back. Maybe it was really successful. We don't know. So really trying to be able to get that more nuanced analysis, I think is also part of what makes the ask tricky for the data system, because I know we have a lot of offline conversations about like to what extent do we want just aggregate data, because aggregate is, if that's what we want to do the basics, then sure, we can have aggregate of like, you know who we got paid, just report the numbers to us, but we don't want just an aggregate analysis. We need to actually have the individual level data to say more and say something that's actually actionable and meaningful for making policy decisions in the future.
Marvelous. Thank you. Yes. Member Jess.
Thanks for that. Another question I had was, I also want to share an appreciation for the connection to postgraduate outcomes or when students leave institutions. So thank you for thinking about that. Does the demographics information, will that include parenting, like parenting status if they have a dependent child themselves?
I don't think we currently officially provide that in our data spec. We could possibly look into it, but that actually has become another element that's more complicated with the Better FAFSA, which I still call Better FAFSA, even though people are in general moving away from it, given how things went. So with FAFSA simplification, one of the things that was simplified was that they no longer ask the dependent question. So we have like a somewhat indicator now in our data where some of our students do get the Students with Dependent Children grant, which would imply that they at least certified that they had an eligible dependent, but it's not like an absolute. So yeah, we did get some of that data in prior versions of the FAFSA. I don't think it was part of the demographics listed. I don't remember it being one of those. But yeah, so not at this time. But I don't.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, marvelous. Thank you all. Thank you, members, as well. Thank you both again for coming up and sharing with us. I'd like to now, if we could, please move to our second in our presentations and our practice presentations and invite the community college folks up to do item 9. We will hear from John Hetz, obviously our governing board member, who will be presenting on the Community College Chancellor's Office contributions to the Cradle-to-Career system. He'll be joined today by Eric Cooper, Vice Chancellor of Workforce and Research, and Todd Hoig, Information Technology Manager. So please, the item is yours. Take it away. Thanks.
All right, it looks, we have one working mic, is that right? Okay, we can make it work. We have trouble sharing mics sometimes. I'm going to try and see if I can take Member Moldov's enthusiasm up a level, because we're collectively as a system super excited that Cradle-to-Career exists, period. Like for those of you who don't know, for a very long time, the California Community Colleges funded an alternative trying to put together a longitudinal data system called CalPass. And so we have funded that. We also, our current chancellor tried to stand up a different longitudinal data system in her work prior to this being set up. So this is something that is deeply, powerfully important to us, and that we find super exciting to be a part of. I just want to do a little bit of stage setting. We've had some conversations previously about who the undergraduates were in the state of California, so I just want to talk a little bit about ours before I turn it over to the fabulous members of my team. So if I could go to the next slide. So we have more than 2.1 million undergraduates in the California community colleges. That is fully 10% of all the undergraduates in the entire United States of America. It's 20% of all the community college students in the country. We award more than 200,000 awards per year in over 20,000 programs of study. And we do this with a loose federation of colleges. So we have 73 locally governed districts with 116 colleges in them, with almost 450 locally elected trustees and 136 CEOs. So we have a lot of people doing a lot of things for a lot of students. Next slide. And our students are not what most people think of when they think of college students, which is a problem because we're 10% of all the undergraduate students in the country. And when people think about college students, they don't think about students like the students that we serve. So 74% of our students are either part-time or non-credit. If you flip that around, really only about 26% of our students are remotely in the kind of full-time category. 70% of our students are students of color. 66% of them are economically disadvantaged. 41% of them are age 25 and older. So I think people would typically call them non-traditional students. They're pretty much our traditional students at this point. 35% of our students are first-generation college students. About 15% are not citizens. 64% of our students work while they are in school. And another thing that many people don't recognize about our system is a lot of our students already have degrees when they come to us because they're coming back to us for additional training. So 11% of our students have an associate degree or a bachelor degree or sometimes even a master's degree. And increasingly, a big portion of our students are students that are concurrently in K-12. So we have, I think that's actually probably 10% now, 11% now. So this is slightly out of date. And it will continue to grow. It's one of our biggest growth areas is serving students simultaneously in college and while they are in K-12. Next slide. And we're very proud of the role that we play in the state. We are a fully open access institution that provides all Californians a wide range of educational opportunities, including associate and bachelor degrees, preparation for our four-year institutions, workforce education, adult skills courses, retraining for students that are coming back, refreshing skills, and even lifelong learning is still a big part of our system. It's the most diverse student body of any system of higher education. It's the largest provider of workforce training in the state and the country, and a very large chunk of the students who are in our University of California and CSU institutions have started at a community college and sometimes go back and forth between them. And so the students that we serve are really the students that we all serve. Next slide. And I just want to talk a little bit about the importance of our system to the state of California. So we did a little study a couple of years ago. We have about a $128 billion impact economically on the state of California. It's roughly in the neighborhood of about 4% of California's total gross state domestic product. If you have more questions about it, there's a link at the bottom. You can also find that on our homepage. Next slide. And it's a very good investment. California community colleges don't spend a ton of money, and for every $2 in, for every dollar that the taxpayers invest in one of our colleges, it returns $2 to the state in added tax revenue over time. So it is a wise investment in the future of California and the students of our state. Next slide. And it's a big deal for students, right? Our students, for every dollar they spend on community college, they gain about $5 in future earnings. And just getting an associate degree on average will increase their their annual income by about $11,000. Next slide. And we do a lot with our data. So we're super excited. We have a whole bunch of different tools that are publicly available that folks can look at to see what's happening in our system. I've just put a selection of them here. But what I want to do is turn it over to our Vice Chancellor of Workforce and Research, also known as our Ward Vice Chancellor, Eric Cooper, to talk a little bit about what we do with our data.
And you can tell that John is very, very excited about that particular acronym. So
I like acronyms a little bit.
A little bit. So needless to say, next slide, please. With such a complex ecosystem, with so many districts, so many colleges, a lot of the work that we do is really trying to do data cleanup. And my colleague to the right is going to speak on that in just a minute. But how we get there is a lot of where I spend my time. So with those 73 districts, we have 3 major ERPs and then a lot of homegrown. So as we get data in, we have to take that and try to interpret that within a set of standards. Much like the work that Cradle-to-Career is doing with systems of data, we've got similar challenges in getting data from colleges to us, blending that together, integrating it, and then working with it. So a lot of the time in our offices, our research team, our MIS team, we are designing and implementing different metrics and trying to develop systems of evaluation so we know how our students are doing. Among other things, we've got over 40 annual legislative reports that we have to meet for our different programs. We also have a lot of curiosity about how those programs are functioning and working within our system. Are they working to serve our students as best they can? We do our best to try to answer those questions for a variety of different stakeholders, not just the legislature, but working with external research groups and organizations as well. We work to develop and support and manage statewide data visualization and utilization. So the slide that was previous to this that showed kind of our data ecosystem, the big ones, really Data Vista. It's a brand new tool that we released less than a month ago to replace what was previously our launch board data system. So Data Vista supports our adult education programs. So for the K-12 partners, CDE partners, that is a big tool to support adult ed. We've got our K-12 Strong Workforce program, which is designed to support CTE programs, both at the college level and at the K-12 level, a variety of different things that are there. So it has a lot of different functionality and has been a big lift to remodel and rebuild. 2 big changes, as I mentioned, Data Vista. Not only is it a new data visualization platform, but behind the scenes is a brand new data architecture. So we are modernizing a lot of things with the Chancellor's office right now. A meeting that Todd and I are missing right now is actually part of that code review for a new data system, but trying to build something that is very robust so that as we have better integration with Cradle-to-Career, as we have better integration with our colleges and districts, we have a home for that data that's going to allow us to turn that data into information more quickly. No hyperbole under our old system under CalPAS, because it was built on-prem older servers. It could literally take 2 weeks to run our data sets. We're now into several hours in order to produce our data. So we're very excited by that new system and the opportunities that it affords us. We've also been doing a lot to update our metrics. You can see the links there, but let's go ahead and go to that next slide, which is focusing on Vision 2030. And I think starting out, I want to focus and point out that our goals are actually very similar to what you see in CSACs. I kind of wish that we had gone first.
Right.
But our order is slightly different. So we'll start with the equity and success. We want to make sure that we're getting meaningful outcomes. So as Dr. Hetz pointed out, we're awarding some 200,000 students on an annual basis with awards at all different levels. We know that within that 200,000 students, we've got significant equity gaps. Now, we are seeing improvement in many areas. So for students, for our students, we are seeing kind of all boats rise, but we're not seeing gaps close. And so we're trying to use our data and information to evaluate our programs, see what's working to support. We certainly have legislation like AB 705 and 1705, where again, we're seeing some modest closing of achievement gaps and significant improvement in the number of students who are meeting those particular outcomes, but we're not seeing the big payoff in closing equity gaps that we'd like to see. So we're looking at those other programs and services, things like Umoja and Puente in terms of programs, financial aid as a support, basic needs centers as a support, to make sure that those are actually helping students reach those long-term educational goals that we've got. Equity and access, 2.1 million students on an annual basis. That is up from the last couple of years where we've seen significant declines due to the pandemic. And it's still not where we were even in, say, the 2018-19 year or the beginning of the 2019-20 academic year pre-pandemic. We'd like to see another 200 or 300,000 students just to reach parity with where we were before. However, as our Chancellor, Chancellor Christian would like to say, we've got some 6 million, 6.8 million students who have who are in the workforce, who are older adults who don't have a degree or certificate. And so there are a lot of folks who could benefit from many of the programs that we have. So in addition to equity and access, we're focusing a lot in terms of our non-credit programs and not for credit programs. Programs that can lead to a living wage, but have very low barriers to entry, low cost associated with them. However, many of those programs, because they are not for credit, are not eligible for aid. So even though they are low cost for students in terms of entry, they don't come with some of the traditional benefits in financial aid or other supports that our for credit programs would lead to. So opportunities for Cradle-to-Career in having this unified data system is taking a better look at what are the outcomes for those non-credit students, what happens to them, pointing to I don't know how to address you at this point. Normally I would just say Jessica, pointing to Jessica's presentation from earlier, Member Moldoff, thank you, from Member Moldoff. Really looking at who are those students who could benefit, who are eligible for aid, but are attending programs maybe where they're not receiving aid, or who are those students who are eligible but not applying for aid. So we have those same sort of interests in equity and access, which just gets us to equity and support. This is actually where I wish we had another data slide up, and that's a miss on my part, but we've seen over the last couple of years actually kind of two interrelated things as a result of the pandemic. Overall, our number of students who are transferring, number of students who are earning awards, they dipped as a result of enrollment declines, but they didn't dip really that much. But what we really saw in terms of Pell Grant recipients, the Promise Grant fee waiver recipients, those dropped significantly. And so what we think that we are seeing in some of our data is that we really lost a lot of the students who could have benefited from those programs. Those students who really needed that support were not able to continue to attend in the same way. So even though our numbers overall in terms of degrees and certificates awarded still look pretty good, all things considered, it was probably our most vulnerable students who were lost. And so having access to this kind of information with Cradle-to-Career is going to help us explore really what happened to some of those students. Where did they go? Where did they end up as a result of not attending a community college or not receiving that aid? So on that cheery note, let me toss this over to our colleague to kind of walk you through how we get our data.
Next, okay. So as was mentioned, the community college system is comprised of 73 districts and 116 colleges in those districts. And the data that we collect from the system comes from those districts. So we, in Ed Code, it's mandated that the districts submit data to the Chancellor's office on a schedule and in a manner that the Chancellor will prescribe. And so we've been collecting this data, the MIS data, as we short-term, shorthand call it for management information systems data. We've been collecting it in this way since 1992, so we have quite a history of this data being submitted by the districts. We collect information on students, courses, enrollments, services provided to students, outcomes for the students such as degrees and certificates, and then also some information on staffing, faculty and staffing at the districts. The data is used for a lot of different purposes. The main purpose is for accountability reporting for the community college system, but it's also used for reporting on behalf of our districts to meet federal and state requirements such as federal IPEDS reporting, state requirements such as the SB 70 reporting to the Student Aid Commission. We also use the data for funding purposes for both for apportionment calculations for our districts and then also allocations for various programs that are run by the community college system. And then also for a lot of research and reporting to both to a lot of state and public interest as well. We manage a lot of data sharing agreements with external partners. So we have MOUs for a lot of these agreements with data sharing agreements with our partners. And as Eric mentioned, we are currently going through a modernization where we are moving a lot of our data processes for data submission will be moving from on-premise servers to a cloud-based system. So this is some information about the universe of data that we collect for the community college system. So internally, we have information that's kind of split into two main areas. We have application data, so that's information that is captured when students apply. That's captured in a few different ways. We have a standard application. We also have a separate application for non-credit students, and then we have a distinct application for international students as well. And that information is collected through a system that is housed at the community college the tech center is housed at Butte. We also collect information, as I said, through our management information systems collection. And that's the college data that includes information on students, enrollments, courses and sections, services provided to students, and also student financial aid, and information on district staffing as well. So that comes in from the districts to the chancellor's office. And then we also have a separate set of data that we maintain to externally. So we have curriculum data, that's information on courses and programs that have been approved. And then we have also our assist.org, which is our articulation data. We also do capture information on student transfers, and we do that through a few different agreements that we have with external partners. One of those being the National Student Clearinghouse, where we get the majority of information on our students that transfer to either out-of-state or in-state private institutions. And then also we have agreements with both the UC and CSU systems to do data matches so we can get information on our students who end up transferring to those segments as well. And we also have an agreement with Employment Development Department to get information on wages and employment status for students, current and former students of the community colleges. This eye test, eye chart is a.
I put this one in because I just wanted to give people a sense of. Sorry, I just want to give people a sense of how our data collection process goes. And it's basically a collection of snapshots that's collected over time. We have snapshots at the end of each term. We have snapshots at the end of the year. And then we have different moments when data flows in. But I was really shocked to hear Member Moldoff talk about getting real-time data for our colleges, because we don't get real-time data from our colleges for much of anything. So good for you. That's awesome. Okay, once the term. All right, that's all right. Okay. All right, I feel a little bit better because I was like, wow, that leaves a mark No, so it's a real struggle for us. And so one of the things that I think is super exciting about all of this work is the opportunity for us to start thinking and talking about data a little bit differently. And what I really love about what Cradle-to-Career has done is it's spurred conversations about helping data to flow in more real time. And so one of the things that we have is we've had data sharing agreements with our friends at the UC and CSU for some time, but those data sharing agreements are now much more fulsome, and they have a lot more information that allow us to know a lot more about what's happening when students transfer and potentially prepare students better. And we look forward to the possibility of being able to design things that can pass data back more quickly to them so that they can recruit our students as they're becoming closer to graduation. So if we could go to the next slide. So this is the part that we are super excited about. One of the things, obviously, that you've heard a lot about from us and from the Cradle-to-Career team is we are deep in the middle of the redesign of our e-transcript platform. We're super excited about the possibility that that will really unleash the ability for students to control their information and have it move with them in a much more reliable way. The other thing that's, Eric talked a little bit about the redesign of our core metrics. And one of the things that I think, if you look closer and you kind of pull on those a little bit, what they really do is they take us out of just thinking about ourselves as a system and thinking about ourselves as part of a collective. So when we talk about completion, now we are looking at baccalaureate attainment as one of our goals. So we used to talk about, did we just get them to transfer, right? That made sense. That's the part we control. But that's not really what matters to those students. What matters is whether or not they finish. And so part of the conversation that we can have now because of efforts like this is to be able to think about how we track those students forward in time and be able to think about how we are preparing them for those platforms. Same thing with support. One of the things that you look in our student support, we want to make sure that they're getting things like Pell Grants and Cal Grants and our BOG fee waivers. But the way that we're talking about doing it is not just doing the same old things that we did, but is working with partners across the state to make sure that our students are getting the support that they deserve in the same way that we were talking about earlier with Cal Kids. So that students, when they apply to our system, they can immediately get access to support because we have developed the types of cooperative relationships that Cradle-to-Career is really, setting as a standard for the state. So we've redesigned our core metrics to be more cooperative, right? They're not just us. Our students flow to other systems. We are also in the middle of reimagining our student application. Most of you won't care as much about that, but normally when I say that type of thing, people go crazy because it's been a long time coming for our system. But part of what we're hoping to do is build it in a way that allows us to integrate real time with our friends, again, at UC and CSU and hopefully AICCU down the road, so that when our students apply, if they have data that, if they've attended one of those institutions, we can ping that data. If they express a desire to transfer, we can push that information out so that you'll know right away that we have these students that are interested in your institutions. The other big thing, I'm going to skip over vision aligned reporting because I know I'm over time, but I want to talk about the statewide common technology efforts. So one of the things that we've been working really hard at, and part of the reason I included that last slide, is it's very frustrating to be part of a team of folks that work very, very hard to make the data of our system available, public, and usable when we don't really have it in a real-time way. And I'll just give you an example. So I just finished our final report on our 23-24 enrollment and provided that to the chancellor this morning. So we have to wait a really long time for all the data to come in, for all the checks to go through. It takes a very long time for us to get all that data, and it becomes stale. And so one of the things that we've been working on is exploring with our colleges the opportunity to actually set up something that would be one of two things. So we've done a lot of work. I can't give you the full update, but we're using two approaches: creating a federated data system that will have basically real-time APIs to our colleges that will allow college information to feed into a global system that we can build tools off and have real-time information, but also for colleges that want to actually go to a common ERP system, right, on an opt-in basis, so that we can really leverage the entirety of our system in support of our students. And a lot of this happens because of the types of ways of thinking that Cradle-to-Career has set in motion. I think it's really pushed us forward as a state to really think about how we use data and put it to use. One of the things that our chancellor says quite often is that our job really ultimately has to be about letting the data flow. And I think historically, a lot of our institutions across the state have resisted that. And so I can't say more enthusiastically without like getting up on the table how excited I am that that Cradle-to-Career exists and is helping make that happen and giving us like a big runway to run with it. Because having those conversations happen as a state make it easier for all the little conversations that we have to have, that we have to make the things happen that we want to have happen. That sentence really was a nightmare, so I apologize for that. That's a tough way to end, but I'll go ahead and stop there and say thank you.
Marvelous. Thank you all. Any questions or comments for, please, Member Moldoff.
Okay. Jessica Moldoff, California Student Aid Commission. First, because I wasn't mic'd before, sorry to imply we get real-time data. It really is only once a term. So it is still pretty messy. But anyway, so I guess my question was actually something that we are encountering at the Student Aid Commission, thinking about basic needs and student access to basic needs. And one thing that I don't know too much about, but I know enough to know the acronym LPI. So which I looked it up so that I know this acronym. It is a local programs that increase employability. I was wondering if you all have looked at ways to, now that the EDD data is coming in, to identify LPIs within the chancellors, within the community college system on a more whole scale basis, because what my colleagues have led me to believe is that it's not very systematic right now. Like it seems like some colleges are really all in about it and some are not so all in about it. And that makes a big difference because being in an LPI is another way for it to be easier for a student to receive CalFresh benefits. So I guess I'm kind of bringing my own like agenda of like, how does Cradle-to-Career work for you? It's like, how can we get the EDD data you need in order to certify your institution so that students can access those important basic needs benefits more easily?
So unfortunately, I don't have a good answer to that other than we have worked over time to make sure that we can provide that data to institutions in aggregate. But I don't think we've specifically, I'm going to look at the other gentleman here, use that to identify, that is in fact the first time I've heard that acronym. So that's a brand new one for me. We'd love to have a deeper conversation about that. You know, we are somewhat constrained in how we are able to use EDD data, but within our office, that seems like something that we could do.
This is Marianne. Just a quick logistical note. Our interpreters are requesting that we speak a bit more slowly.
I apologize. I know that's me.
I don't think it's just you. I think there's a palpable excitement in the room. Member Tagorda.
Robert Tagorda, Vice Chair. I wanted to ask about dual enrollment, and you had indicated that it's at 11% now. Do you anticipate that it'll continue to increase? And if so, what are some of the data challenges that it poses for you institutionally?
Well, the answer to your first question is a layup. Absolutely, we expect it to increase. It's something that the chancellor has strongly emphasized, and we have a whole team at the chancellor's office that is working and building that out. You know, the evidence on the utility of dual enrollment for long-term students' outcomes is pretty strong. And one of the real emphases for our system is actually making that opportunity available to more students, right? And so historically, you know, being able to take college courses prior to college tends to be something that's available to the types of folks that don't need any additional advantages. And so our goal is to actually really make this a full-scale, we're bringing college education opportunities to all the students of California. So I expect that to go up a lot. There are a lot of challenges to that. And the number one challenge that we have is right now, the information that students have available in their K-12 data set is not exactly the same as the data that's in our data set. And so we constantly struggle with Do we have to have all of these students who are already enrolled? They're in an institution. Do they have to complete a whole separate application for just that frictional piece? And so part of what we are working on with our reimagination of CCC Apply is to actually try and solve for that by creating more direct connections to our friends at CDE and elsewhere so that we can pull as much of that information in and not have students have to go through our application system, which, as I think I alluded to before, not everyone is a fan of.
Meredith Lee, governing board member, Senate appointee. On your last slide, you had a bullet point that mentioned a redesign of core metrics. To take from your page, John, I feel like that should be in bold and flashing colors. I wanted to uplift that. The example that you had about asking, did we get them to transfer, or did we get the student, or did the student complete a program or otherwise achieve success in how they might measure it? So I was wondering if you could say a little bit more about the student engagement in redefining those metrics.
So we actually did a pretty substantial set of work across across all of our system stakeholders in redesigning the metrics, including students. We do a lot of this work through our consultation council, in which we have 2 student members that represent the system, and we made sure that they were thinking carefully about it. They've been very, very involved in our redesign of the application as well, because they experience it most acutely, right, as they're trying to get into our system. And so we're very attentive to including students into the design of metrics. We are cognizant of the fact that we're trying to, and this is something that I know this room is very well aware of, right, trying to balance do we have all the metrics that everyone wants to see about everything versus is this now no longer a dashboard, but an airplane cockpit, right? And so I think we're not quite all the way to airplane cockpit now, but we're a little bit closer to, like, you know, the display on a Tesla than an old school dashboard. And so we're constantly trying to do that balance of, like, what things do we bring in based on what people, additional things that people are identifying, while still trying to stay true to the core things. But absolutely, one of the things that students really, they didn't want it so much as a metric, but something that they want us to do, which is why it's part of the design, is they really don't want to have to repeat their trauma over and over again. And by that, I mean, when they are in positions where they should receive resources from the state, they don't want to have to tell 8 different programs the same story, right? They want to be able to say once or nonce that they should be able to get these resources. And so part of the equity and support piece is working with all of you across the state so that the students can basically have that happen one time and get the resources that they deserve so that they can finish.
Fantastic. And I think we'll have to write that one down with the, is it a dashboard or an airplane cockpit, for bumper stickers for the design team? Love it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Perfect. Thank you, Member Hetz, Mr. Cooper, and Mr. Hoig for joining us today. You can tell we're as excited as you are, so that's a marvelous thing. Let's now, if we could please, move on to item 10. I'd like to invite Member Romero, who will be presenting on the Labor Workforce Development Agency contributions to the Cradle-to-Career data system. Member Romero will be joined by Juan Barrios, Deputy Division Chief of the Labor Market Information Division at the EDD, and Matthew Shiroi, Research Data Specialist at the Employee Development Department as well. So if I could please, take it away.
Yeah, let me just by introducing our team members, as was shared earlier. We have a milestone since we last met. We now have linkage to earnings data, and which EDD provides and labor agency provides, and this will allow us to assess things such as economic mobility and how other communities, segments of our population are being benefited by credentialing in our programs compared to others, and so on. So this is a big milestone. I'll turn it over to my team members, and I want to thank the board for giving us this opportunity to elaborate. on what this data is, and also to bring forward some of the people that actually make this happen. Wouldn't happen without these clever people and behind the scenes. So Juan, and I'll turn it over to you, sir.
I'll refer members to the screens.
Thank you, Javier. Good morning, almost afternoon. As Javier said, Juan Barrios, Deputy Division Chief of the Labor Market Information Division, Employment Development Department. With me today is Matthew Sharoy. Next slide, please. So the Employment Development Department's contribution included over 24 years of wage records for California employees covered by unemployment insurance, as well as the industry classification of employment. We will also be providing supplemental data on occupations to include high demand, entry, middle, and high skilled occupations and median annual earnings from our online job ad analysis. The skills levels are a way of categorizing occupations based on entry-level education levels developed by the Department of Labor, Federal Department of Labor. So entry-level occupations require a high school diploma or less. Middle skill occupations require an associate's degree, a 1 to 2 year certificate, or some college. And professional level or high skill occupations require a bachelor's degree or higher. Next slide, please. So over 1 billion records were exchanged with Cradle-to-Career for data from first quarter 2000 to fourth quarter 2023, the most recent data available. We received encrypted Social Security numbers with a unique identifier from Cradle-to-Career, matched those Social Security numbers to the base wage file, and extracted 3 of the data elements described on the right of the slide. So we have the year of wage record, quarter of wage record, and the wage amount. We used that employer information in the base wage file to link to the quarterly census of employment and wages database, QCW, to identify the 6-digit North American Industry Classification System, or NAICS, industry code of the employer, removed the Social Security number, sent test files to Cradle-to-Career to ensure formatting and data transfer were correct, and securely returned the data to C2C. Next slide, please. Thank you. So here's a little background on the North American Industry Classification System. NAICS uses a 6-digit hierarchical coding system to classify all economic activity into 20 industry sectors. NAICS is a standard used by federal and state agencies to classify business establishments for the purpose of collecting and publishing statistical data related to the U.S. business economy. NAICS codes are updated once every 5 years by the Federal Office of Management and Budget, or OMB, to reflect changes and innovations in the economy. The last NAICS revision was in 2022. An example of this system is shown on the slide using manufacturing as the industry sector, or the 2-digit code, then filtering through the subsector, which is the 3-digit code, the industry group, 4-digit, NAICS industry, 5-digit, and the national industry, which is the 6-digit. Okay, next. The Employment Development Department has been in collaboration with the Cradle-to-Career data system since the beginning, having served or serving on various work groups, subcommittees, and data review groups for over 5 years, some of which are displayed on the slide. That's all I have. Are there any questions for us?
Questions from members? Yes, Member Moldov.
Jessica Moldoff, California Student Aid Commission. So very interested in wage data, obviously, but also, so I know for our purposes, oh, okay, I'll just ask the question. So I'm wondering, I know that the challenge with the industry codes is that it is employer specific rather than job specific. Is there any activity toward like getting beyond that barrier without, I guess, completely overhauling something? Like, is there is there anything happening like behind the scenes to be able to provide something more specific to the individual?
Hi, this is Matthew Shroy. Not really sure if anything is being done, kind of limited to just basically like the industry. We can't really tell you like, kind of what occupation the person has. It's kind of unfortunate.
Yeah, there are some efforts to obviously enhance the wage record, the administrative data, but those efforts are still in process.
Thank you.
Just to add on to that question, are those sort of national efforts, or are there state-specific efforts that are happening?
I would say both national and state efforts.
Great, thank you. Yes, Ms. Jez, Member Jez.
Hi, Member Jez, California Competes. Curious if there's a way to like look up an employer's NAICS code or to see them.
You mean like publicly available to look that up?
Exactly.
Or, oh, okay. I don't think there is. But I guess if you have like, I don't know, a specific request, you could send that to us at EDD or LMID and we can kind of look into it. Probably be the easiest way, I suggest.
Yeah. Right. Through the collection of the data, there are a lot of limitations on sharing it. So, but in aggregate, we can supply all of that data.
Great. I was just curious about sort of like how getting a sense of like, given the dependence on this for employers, sort of like a sense of where employers sit, how accurate is it? Like even just checking for my organization, like what is ours? As we begin to think about the like usability of this for C2C. So nothing specific, I guess, right now, but I'll think about that some more and follow up if needed.
Okay.
Great question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions, members, comments? Okay. Seeing none, thank you, Member Romero. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Barrios and Mr. Shroy, and giving us that information. Clearly, we're going to have lots more conversations about this as we go on, and we really appreciate the depth of your involvement and the amount of sort of collaboration and sharing that you're bringing to this effort. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so moving on then, we have come to the time just before lunch where we open up traditionally for one public comment session. We'll have another one, a general public comment session. We'll have another one at the end of the day before we finish our business. But let me move on and go into that right now. The mic is open for public comment for anybody in the room or anybody on the Zoom. Do we have any speaker slips? We have no speaker slips. Anybody who would like to make a comment on a general topic having to do with C2C in the room? Scanning and seeing none. Do we have anybody on the Zoom that wants to make a general public comment, Stephanie?
For members of the public attending via Zoom, please raise your hand at this time if you would like to comment on this particular agenda item. Chair Payne, we currently have no raised hands. I'm going to give it a few seconds to allow anyone interested to do so at this time. At this time, I see no raised hands.
Okay, marvelous. We have no public comments coming on board for this session, which brings us to our lunch break. I see the time at 12:05. We'll take a break for 45 minutes and we'll be back here to start the afternoon session at 12:50, if we could please. to our afternoon session. A little bit of housekeeping before we jump into the next item, item 11. After item 14, the student experience audit update, we're going to move item 19 up into that slot immediately after that. And then the rest of the calendar, well, the rest of the agenda will be following as it is written. So I just wanted to let folks know that. Welcome back from lunch. Stephanie, could I ask you to call the roll to reestablish a quorum?
Yes, Chair Payne,
Here, present.
Member Tagorda,
Here.
Member Cifuentes, Member Cochran. Here. Member Evans.
Here.
Member Ferjueli. Member Gonzalez Vasquez. Here. Member Hetz.
Here.
Member Irwin. Member Jez. Member Laird. Member Lee.
Here.
Member Moldoff. Member Nellum. Member Ohanian.
Here.
Member Romero.
Here.
Member Soublé.
Here.
Member Sullivan.
Here.
Member Van Natten. And designee Ong for Member Vu. Here. We have a quorum. Oh, Member Ferjueli.
Here.
And Member Cifuentes.
Here.
All right, we have a quorum. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. Now we will be moving to agenda item 11, update and discussion on the Executive Director Review Committee and process. Before we begin with this presentation, I want to thank Member Ferjueli, Member Lee, Member Moldoff, and Member Tagorda for serving on this committee with me. At this time, I would like to invite Ronnie Jones from Leading Resources Incorporated to present this item. Thank you, Ronnie, for joining us today, and take it away.
Great. Thank you, Member Payne. I appreciate that. And thank you for having me this afternoon. I want to make sure that our presentation today covers all of the information that you have, and we do have about 10 minutes. So if there's any questions, please, we have a question period at the end, but if I'm not clear on anything, please just let me know. So as Chair Payne said, my name is Ronnie Jones, and I am from a senior consultant from Leading Resources, Inc. And I would like to refer members to the staff report that was drafted for this agenda item. And if members from the public would also like to access that, it is at the C2C website. Next slide, please. So as you all probably know, a little bit of repeat of some background information, the Education Code 10866 gives the board the responsibility to hire, evaluate, and fire the executive director. And in the governance manual, it states that there's a yearly performance review of the executive director that's a critical activity for this governing board, which will be intended to support the executive director. So today we're going to be going through that process of what that review looks like. Next slide. So you can see on this slide, and then there's going to be another slide following, that there are multiple steps for the executive director review. And it starts in the coming week when the executive director completes a self-evaluation, and that's an online survey in SurveyMonkey. After that, each of you as members of the governing board will also receive an electronic survey to complete about the performance of the executive director. Those results will be only reported back to LRI so that we can create a report for the executive director to look at, and that's the survey summary. Next slide. From that point, the chair and the chair-elect will prepare a performance review that then they will present to the executive director, who can respond to that performance review. And then finally, there will be a letter that will be submitted to Cal HR as part of this entire process. Next slide. So a couple of important dates. Obviously, today I'm here presenting to you about this process, but on December 2nd, you will receive an email from me that opens the survey period for the board members. So sometime between December 2nd and December 16th, you all are going to need to reserve some time on your calendar. I'll talk about that a little bit. From there, the report comes to LRI, and then we help prepare a report for the January 16th committee meeting. At that point, the committee will provide feedback, and then in a closed session, the board will review the final report on February 28th. Next slide. So a couple of things for those of you who were here last year. This is the same survey that was provided last year. We've made a couple of changes based on suggestions from the committee, which I'll talk about. But the executive director will complete the same survey that you all do as well. And that will be completed before the board members receive their surveys. And then you will also get a copy of the executive director's survey so that they can complete the information, or sorry, you can use that information to inform the survey that you all complete. Next slide. The survey this year is just has a slight change. There are slightly fewer topics. Last year, there were 9 topics with like 17 or 18 questions and then 3 open-ended questions. So this year, there will be 8 topics with 15 multiple choice questions and then 3 open-ended questions. And the reason that we made the change is that the committee requested that we consolidate a few of the items so there was not as much repetition. Next slide. So the survey is administered, as I said, by LRI as a third-party consultant in this process. It's delivered through SurveyMonkey, and it will be shared with all of the governing board members in an email. And the goal is always 100% completion rate. So just knowing ahead of time that that survey is coming to you will be important. And then we will make sure that we are collecting only identifying information in the survey so that we can track who has or has not completed the survey. So you will be asked to give your name and email address, but that's really just for us to track who has and has not completed the survey so we can send out reminders. Next slide. Once the surveys are all completed, both from the executive director and from the governing board members, LRI reviews and maintains all of the raw data. So our staff is the only one who actually sees that data, and we will only share that raw data with the chair and the chair-elect with any identifying information removed. So if you, in your response, you provide a name or any type of identifying information like the region that you're from or the organization, we'll remove that so that we can't identify anybody in those responses. And then we will prepare a survey summary that includes the quantitative data of the multiple choice questions, as well as any quotes or themes from the open-ended questions that you'll reply to. Next slide. At that point, once we prepare that report for the chair and the chair-elect, they work collaboratively together to prepare the performance review, and they can come to LRI with any questions about any of the raw data at that point. And then the committee meets again in order to discuss the review, and then the chair and the chair-elect will present that review to the executive director. At that point, the executive director may choose to respond in writing to the review. Next slide. On February 28th, all of you will meet in closed session in order to review and adopt the recommendations from the review. The chair will coordinate then with Cal HR in order to submit that as part of their process. Next slide. All right, so that was a lot of information in a short period of time. Before we go to questions, I do just want to remind all of you that the survey will be coming to you between December 2nd and 16th. And I would say that you probably need 45 minutes to an hour to complete that survey. So just making sure that you reserve time on your calendars in order to do that as a reminder. All right, and I'm going to pause and see if we have any questions or comments.
One question for me. How many people did you want to submit this survey?
How many people do we want to submit the survey?
Was that 100% I heard?
Oh, I did. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, 100%. I thought you were asking for a number and I was like, oh, I'm going to have to count. Yes, 100, 100% submission, please.
Very well. Yes, member.
Nothing. I'm sorry. I'm going to spoil the joke and just say that you won't have 100% because I don't think it's appropriate for me to participate in an executive director evaluation when I only just met her.
Okay.
Although I'm happy to say all the wonderful things that I already know.
Yeah.
So it might be a little skewed.
Yes. Yeah, I do know, staff have let me know that there are a few new members. And so I'll be coordinating with Chair Payne to make sure that we handle that appropriately. So yes, thank you. I appreciate that reminder though.
Thank you, Member Sullivan.
Yeah.
Member Tagorda.
Robert Tagorda, Board Chair. I'd just like to emphasize the importance of the Executive Director Review Survey. And yes, it's among us. Our goal is 100% among eligible board members. The denominator is a little different. But it's really critically important because it informs the evaluation that the chair and the chair-elect submit to our executive director. And this is our one formal opportunity to do so. As stated in the regs, it's really intended to support the executive director and the office overall. So we want to make sure that we take full advantage of this opportunity to provide appropriate feedback. The second is that timeline is abbreviated. It's really, really tight. So between now and our next board meeting, all of the activities related to the executive director review will have taken place. The committee will be meeting. The survey will be conducted. The aggregation will be conducted. Chair Payne and I will write the summary, provide it to the executive director. The executive director gets a chance to respond. All of that is happening between now and the next time we meet. So it's really important that we submit the survey in a timely fashion, because otherwise it's going to derail the entire process. And then lastly, as was already stated, it's that 2-week period in December. So I know it gets really tight around the holidays. Please make schedule time for yourself to get it done, because we want to make sure that it's an informed process and an informed evaluation for our executive director as well. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And there will be additional details in the email that you get about the structure of the survey and a few other things within the survey that will help you to complete that in an efficient manner.
Any other questions or concerns? Everyone's ready. Perfect.
Everybody's ready. All right. And Executive Director Bates will be sending you the survey on Monday. So just anticipate that.
Thank you. And just thanks in advance. I find the process incredibly helpful. So thank you.
Great.
Thanks very much. Thanks,
Thank
Tony.
you.
Appreciate it. Appreciate your time. Okay, now we'll move on to the next agenda item 12, discussion, public comment, and possible action for the formation of the Governance Manual Review Committee. And I'll be presenting this agenda item. As usual, I want to refer members to the staff report that was drafted for this agenda item. If you're a member of the public and would like to follow along, the staff report can be accessed at the C2C website. As you know, our governance manual, our self-organized document that we use to guide our business and how we do our work. The manual itself states it will be, quote, a living document which will be amended by the governing board over time to reflect the evolution of the Cradle-to-Career data system. Changes to the manual will be considered by the Governance Manual Review Committee at least once per year at the second meeting after the start of the fiscal year. Additional changes may be considered based on proposals brought to the governing board meetings and approved by the agreement threshold established in law, regulation, and or the governance manual itself. So as members consider the formation of the new committee, current memberships of the various committees that we have should also be reviewed. These can be found in attachment B. The proposed charter, attachment A, sets forth the purpose, duration, scope of work, and activities of the committee. And the items in this charter have evolved through our meetings together, conversations that have taken place throughout the last year or so. And as you'll remember, when we conducted the election for the chair-elect, we identified that that would be part of the charter as well. So now the scope of work that we've set forth for this year's Governance Manual Committee Charter is as follows. Revise chair and chair-elect elections, processes, and terms. Clarify procedures related to per diem for committees and subcommittees, as well as representation of advisory board members. And as you know, that has been an issue that has percolated up through those various processes and meetings. Consider changes to the advisory board recommendation process. And then our usual sort of catch-all is provide stylistic changes or technical additions and or corrections as we've identified. As it's a living manual, sometimes we catch things as we go that we know that need to be changed and clarified as we go. So if this charter, as we've outlined, is approved by the board, the work of the committee should begin during the winter to ideally seek board approval on the recommended edits at its February 28th board meeting, which is our next board meeting. So the proposed motion, which I would love to entertain, is as follows. The motion would be to approve the committee charter, designate 5 board members, including the board chair and interim chair-elect, to form the committee, and authorize the committee to review and provide edits to the governance manual as specified in the charter for approval by the board. So that's my presentation on this. Obviously, opening it up to the group for discussion, questions, and if anybody is prepared and ready for it, making the motion itself. I'll open up the floor. Okay, so most members here have been through this process a couple of times. With practice, we know what we're doing and how we go about it. And I think it's a really a sort of well-developed process. In my experience, with these sorts of boards and agencies to review our rules periodically. And so I'm judging from a lack of comment around the room that folks are pretty comfortable with that. So can I have a motion, please, to approve the committee charter, designate 5 board members, and to form the committee and authorize the committee to conduct its business?
Jessica Moldoff, California Student Aid Commission, I move.
Thank you. Motion by Member Moldoff. Do I have a second? A second by Member Jez. It's now time for us to go to public comment, as we do. If you want to comment on this agenda item, please note that the comments should be limited to this agenda item itself, the Governance Manual Review Committee. Do I have any speaker slips from anyone in the room? None? Okay. Is there anyone who did not submit a slip in the room who would like to speak to this issue, this agenda item? Nope. Okay, let's move to the Zoom room. For members of the, excuse me, Stephanie, it's to you now, please.
Thank you,
I almost
Chair
said your line.
Payne. Not a problem. So for members of the public attending via Zoom, please raise your hand at this time if you would like to comment on this agenda item. Chair Payne, I currently see no raised hands. I'm going to allow it a few seconds to allow anyone interested in commenting to do so at this time. No raised hands for this agenda item.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all for your consideration. With a motion and a second and having comment completed, Stephanie, could you please call the roll?
Chair Payne?
Aye.
Member Tagorda?
Aye.
Member Cifuentes?
Aye.
Member Cochran?
Aye.
Member Evans?
Aye.
Member Ferjueli?
Aye.
Member Gonzalez Vasquez?
Aye.
Member Hetz?
Aye.
Member Irwin? Member Jez? Member Laird? Member Lee?
Aye.
Member Moldoff?
Aye.
Member Nellum? Member Ohanian?
Aye.
Member Romero? Member Sublé?
Aye.
Member Sullivan,
Aye.
Member Van Natten, Designee Ong for Member Vu.
Aye.
At this time, we have 16 ayes.
The motion passes. Wonderful. Thank you very much for that. If you are now it's my entreaty. If you're interested in being one of the volunteers to participate in that committee, please let me know or let Marianne know what of that interest, and we will then constitute the members of the committee. Thank you so much for that, everyone. Now we're going to move on to our next agenda item 13, legislative update. I want to invite Eric Flores, the Deputy Director for Legislative Affairs, to present this update to us. Take it away, Eric.
Thank you, Chair Payne. Good afternoon, C2C Governing Board and members of the public. I'd like to refer members to the staff report that was drafted for this agenda item. If you are a member of the public and would like to follow along, that report may be accessed on the C2C website. So this agenda item gives me a brief moment to update all of you on the legislative engagement we've had over the course of the 2024 session. Next slide, please. So if you refer to the high-level numbers behind you and to the sides on the agenda or on the slide deck, these are some of the numbers that defined our legislative engagement in 2024. I'll expand on these in a moment and then dive into the substance of this agenda item, legislation that was signed into law this year that impacts the data system. So as the slide indicates, over the course of this year's session, we met with 95 individual legislative offices to offer information or advice regarding the data system and our work. As many of you are aware, this November's election results will see at least 30 first-time state lawmakers come to the Capitol and be sworn in this December 2nd. So we will continue to schedule introductory meetings to share our work with those newly elected members of the state legislature. We were also asked by the legislature to be present at 11 policy and budget hearings over the course of the 2024 cycle to answer questions regarding the office's budget change proposals or comment on specific policy bills. Finally, we also held 3 briefings with the legislative staff this year. The first was held in person at the Capitol with a special thanks to Assemblymember Irwin and her team for sponsoring that presentation. Second, we invited legislative staff to our office to see an early preview of the Student Pathways data story, and we held a third virtually to ensure accessibility for those same policy staff. We hope to continue to provide opportunities for the legislature and their staff to engage with our office in 2025. Now, I'd like to discuss the list of bills in the staff report that either directly or tangentially impact Cradle-to-Career statute and either take effect January 1st or are already in effect. As a brief but fervent disclaimer, this list does not reflect positions of the office on any legislation. First, AB 1971, Assemblymember Don Addis's Administration of Standardized Tests, takes effect on January 1st and adds to the protections for students in the California Consumer Privacy Act of 2018, CCPA, by prohibiting the selling or distribution of standardized test results by a national assessment provider, such as College Board. There are exemptions in the disclosure prohibition, including to a state or local education agency. Thanks to a bill I will get to in a moment, C2C is included within that state educational agency exemption if in the future the receipt of test scores from a national assessment provider were to be contemplated for inclusion by this body. AB 801, Assemblymember Joe Patterson's Student Privacy Online Personal Information, also takes effect January 1st. This bill amends existing privacy laws of SOPIPA and LPIPA that govern the personal information of TK-12 students, including restrictions around disclosure of covered information. So this bill strengthens protections that will allow for parents or guardians to request deletion of covered information that an operator of a website used primarily for K-12 purposes holds. This changes previous law that just governed a school requesting deletion. So this definition, critically, of covered information does not include mandatory pupil records, and the bill also restricts disclosure of covered information. Similar to 1971, there are exemptions to this prohibition for disclosure that would allow a state educational agency or others using data for legitimate research purposes to receive covered information. Thirdly, AB 2723, Assemblymember Irwin's Cradle-to-Career data system makes technical changes to the data systems code section designed to improve the functionality of the office. The measure was signed into law by Governor Newsom in September, and as this bill included an urgency clause, became law on September 27th of this year. The bill includes some technical updates to the system, including officially sunsetting the working group from the planning process of 2019, clarifying that the California School Information Systems still sits on the governing board but is not a data provider, and removes reference to the P20W comprising a set number of data elements. More substantively, the bill also includes changes to how the public may exercise 3 rights inherent under the Information Practices Act with respect to the data system. All state entities currently that hold public data are required under the IPA to respond to the public's rights to inquire, inspect, and request to amend their personal information. However, Cradle-to-Career is in a unique situation where it does not own and thus does not have the right to modify data in the P20W, nor does the system have the ability to verify individual identities, thus risking releasing personal information if an IPA request is made. The bill thus requires C2C to redirect members of the public to the data providers that own the relevant data that would be subject to an IPA request. And we have complied with this law by posting a page on the C2C website that allows for individuals to contact the relevant data provider that may own their data. This bill also designates the state system as a state educational agency. Finally, in this list, AB 2458 by Assemblymember Mark Berman requires the campuses of the CSU and the community college systems to collect a new data element on student parent status. The bill also requests that the UC does the same. Critically for C2C, this bill notes that the higher education systems named may request that this data element be included in the P20W, pursuant to the existing process for submission that this body has followed in the past for adding to the P20W. This provision in the legislation allows for the existing mechanisms that consider data quality and feasibility in the discussions of submission and ensures consistency in data provider ownership over their data. This bill takes effect January 1st, 2025. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Members have any questions or concerns? I have actually one technical question. Sort of under the Irwin bill and the IPA piece, we have a page on our website saying, "Here's where you go." Are we tracking hits on that? In other words, are we sort of helping our partners to know that we're getting a lot of sort of requests and they should be aware that stuff's coming their way?
To my knowledge, we've not received requests on that page. We certainly can get back to you an update if we do.
Other questions, issues, legislative concerns? We have a whole bunch of new members coming in both houses this year, and it's going to be quite an interesting challenge to make sure that we make friends with all of them. Yeah. Wonderful. Thank you. Now we'd like to move on, if we could please, to the next agenda item 14. An update on the student experience audit. I'd like to invite Judy Chan to come back. She's our Director of Digital Services to present on this item. Judy, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Payne. Hello again and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Judy Chan, and I'm the Deputy Director of Digital Services at C2C. I'd like to refer members to the staff report that was drafted for this agenda item. If you're a member of the public, would like to follow along, the staff report can be accessed on the C2C website. Next slide, please. So during this agenda item, I'll be sharing the improvements to the report process we tried this year, the overall methodology, and why I think the student experience audit continues to be an important way that the office amplifies student voice. Statute requires the office to conduct an annual audit to better understand students' experiences as they transition from high school to post-secondary education. The office is calling this audit the Student Experience Report. At this time, I'd like to thank my colleague, Elizabeth Parati, who led this work and put together materials for this presentation. Next slide, please. For this year's report, the office wanted to expand its reach to capture a larger, more diverse sample of high school students than previous years. We partnered with the UC Davis California Education Lab and CSAC to carry out a large-scale survey of high school seniors. Through this partnership, the office was able to add questions to an existing annual survey that CSAC, the California Education Lab already conducts with CSAC. This is a survey that CSAC sends to all high school students who filed the FAFSA or CADA in a given academic year, and most of those would be graduating seniors. Next slide. So between C2C, CSAC, and the California Education Lab, there were many topics that we were interested in asking seniors about. Question topics included student demographics, plans after high school, college readiness, dual enrollment, participation, and the application process for college and financial aid. Next slide. So between May and July of this year, the research team administered this survey to high school students who completed the 2024 FAFSA or CADA application. This survey consisted of 5-point scale and open response questions, and over 11,000 high school students responded to the survey. Their responses will be covered in detail in the final report. An important caveat to note is that the survey sample only includes students who completed a FAFSA or CADA and does not include students who did not file or were not able to complete an application. It is missing the group of students for whom the process was likely difficult. It also does not fully represent the population of high school seniors who are not college going. It does, however, represent a diverse group of students from many backgrounds and different geographic regions across the state. So even though the results are not statistically generalizable to the broader population of all high school students, the results do tell us about a large slice of the high school graduates in California. So that was a bit about the research methods. We'll talk about survey sample next and who responded. So this is a table that compares the sample for the student experience report with CDE's 12th grade enrollment figures for the 23-24 school year, broken down by race and ethnicity. You'll notice that the groups are approximately proportionally represented, and it aligns with the 12th grade population. Next, we'll talk about some preliminary findings. This is the third annual report that we're putting out, but this is the first time that we've had such a large sample. It's important because it helps us establish a baseline for the current state of affairs. One of the recurring themes of the report is that students heavily rely on people around them for help applying to college, whether it's their parents, students, teachers, or counselors. When students were asked what would make the college and financial aid application process easier, one of the most common answers was a person to help them navigate the process. It's important that we think about how to reduce the administrative burden on students and support them in their journey to and through higher education. And it's important that we share what we discover. Because as adults with life experience, we can intuitively guess what students struggle with based on our own past struggles, based on our experience helping others. But from the perspective of students themselves, it is immensely powerful to show them that we asked thousands of students what they thought, and here's what they said, the same thing that you said. In other words, you're not the only one. To offer proof that people have similar experiences, to say you're not alone in your thinking, and to show them that we are actively trying to understand their struggles and make it better. I invite you to think about a time where you had to do something that was challenging and entirely new to you. Think about the struggle and the thoughts going through your mind, and remember how it felt when you found out that you were not alone in that experience. So it is true that statute requires us to do this report, but beyond that, it's an opportunity for us to remind students that they're not alone. Next slide, please. We've covered some ground on struggles, but college can also be an exciting time, so I'd like to highlight some of that as well. The Student Experience Report provides an opportunity for the office to hear from students and to get their input. Here's an example from a student that shows their excitement for the possibilities that college brings. What excites me about college is the academic freedom, independence, and career opportunities. I'm eager to explore new subjects, make lifelong friends, and develop new skills. I'm also looking forward to campus life, diversity, and innovation. College is a time for growth, discovery, and creating unforgettable memories. This quote and many others are really what it's about, student voice. It'll help us contextualize the findings and help C2C ground its work in real student experiences. Next slide, please. So by now, I'm sure you're eager to see the full report. It will be released in February of next year. C2C and the California Education Lab researchers plan to co-host a webinar to discuss the results. We'll have more information about that in the coming weeks and months, so stay tuned. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, please.
Member Sullivan, thank you so much for this, and I'm really looking forward to seeing the full report in February. And I appreciate the heart perspective as well as just gathering this data from these students, but providing them with some support. I am curious, and this may be a very dumb question, why do we end the survey on July 1? Because, and I ask that because I know a lot of students sometimes still struggle and still are kind of skating in at the very last minute because of being able to obtain financial aid, et cetera. So May 10 to July 1 is a very small window. So I'm just curious about that.
So part of the reason is that we're unlikely to reach many more students after July once summer vacation kicks in. It'd be difficult to capture, but I'd like to ask maybe Member Model if you have any more thoughts about that, because this is a survey that is administered by California Education Lab, but on behalf of CSAC as well.
Yes, I'm trying to remember. Yes, so Jessica Moldoff, California Student Aid Commission. It's getting late in the afternoon. I think it was kind of a little bit of like being able to reach them, but because one of the benefits of using the FAFSA was that the students are more likely to provide their personal email. Some of my fellow people who I sat with lunch is like, we reflected it's very difficult to contact students with their high school assigned email. But the good news about the FAFSA is that usually they do provide an email that they actually look at on that application. So the issue about tracking them down isn't so much, I think it was more that we wanted to make sure the process was fresh in their mind. And because this is really keyed in on those students that are going into that like high school to college, like direct transition, which granted, like the whole caveat of like, it's not everyone. This is like a very particular type of college transition. I think that's why. I think we didn't want to survey them too late, just because we didn't want them to forget what was happening and making sure that all those things were at the top of their mind. But as well as the attrition. I mean, we can't really keep a survey open for 3 months and expect people to respond, because we basically had them all and then we just would remind them. And we would add on some of the students, but the vast majority of applications we get are typically by like June 30th, especially since that's the the state deadline for mandated FAFSA completion is June 30th. So I think all those factors together is why it made sense to kind of, it's still a very wide window for surveys, but not as wide as it could have been just because of the diminishing returns.
Thank you. Yes.
This is Marianne Bates. I just wanted to add a special thank you to the Student Aid Commission. Being able to partner with CSAC on this survey was a tremendous opportunity for us. We were able to reach over 10,000 students with a marginal cost, really, compared to trying to do that ourselves directly. And being able to partner with CSAC on this completely changed what we're able to do with the student experience report compared to prior years. So just huge gratitude to CSAC. They've been a phenomenal partner on this and working with our team, and really want to thank you for that. I'm also really grateful. I want to underscore, I think the opportunity of working with McCall Kurlander's group at UC Davis on this is that this report is really going to be grounded in very deep expertise on education policy and research that comes from the lab's long work here in California. So I'm really excited about this, really grateful to Judy and Elizabeth and everyone on our team who worked on this, but just wanted to give that special thank you to CSAC who's here and to the Education Lab who've been phenomenal partners on this. I think this is exactly what we want to try to do, big picture, right? Where can we combine efforts, avoid reinventing the wheel, whether it's on reaching surveys, using surveys to reach students, or legal agreements or data linkages. Like, this is what we're trying to do, is to really partner and leverage each other's work. So that's my personal excitement, not only about the report itself and the outcome, but the process that's led to it.
Thank you, Marianne. Any other questions from members? Yes. Member Jez.
Member Jez, I'm excited about the partnership with UC Davis, and I feel like seeing the development, the growth of like what this report has become, I think really demonstrates C2C's growth and the growing capacity. So I appreciate that. I look forward to the report when it comes out. Also, I think the partnership with CSAC, I know the legislation was the transition from secondary to post-secondary, but also there are so many Californians for whom I think C2C will really be valuable for, that are not currently connected to an educational system. So hopefully the CSAC data will give us a better perspective of those who aren't just straight from high school. And I wasn't sure if you said what were the questions that are being added or that CSAC is adding to its survey. Did you mention that part? Do you remember?
So the questions that C2C added?
Yeah. What were those? The CSAC survey. Oh, okay. That's okay. They're part of that bucket, that list, though, that you had grouped together.
It's quite long.
Great. Well, I'm excited. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Other comments and questions? Wonderful. Thanks. Thank you, Judy, very much. And Member Mulda, for your contribution to the conversation as well. Thank you. As I mentioned earlier, we're going to move on now to item 19, take it a little bit out of order. And we'll hear a presentation from CCGI and ask Mary Aguayo to come up and present this item. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I know that the end of the day would have been a difficult time to present, so I'll take right after lunch. Energy couldn't be higher. Am I right? My name is Mary Aguayo, and I'm the Chief Impact Officer at the California College Guidance Initiative. And it's really wonderful to have the chance to join all of you today and just talk a little bit about what are we doing around the state and with all of the institutions that serve the kids here in California. We've had a lot of things happening since our president, Dr. Testeroy, spoke with you earlier this year, and I'm just excited to catch you up. First slide, please. All right. So for those of you who may just want a brief reminder of what CCGI is and what we do, as we manage californiacolleges.edu. That's the state of California's platform for all of the college and career knowledge development for 6th to 12th grade students in California's public schools. We work with all of the districts to have near real-time transcript data, and we ensure that all of the educators and the students in the state can see not only their transcript data, but how it applies for admission eligibility for the systems of higher ed in the state. And we really key in on what can students do and benefit from and value from in their higher education, whether it's the California community colleges, whether it's CSU or the UC. And this system can really help kids bridge from secondary to post-secondary. Next slide. Students receive career exploration, college and major tools, lots and lots of information about financial aid, eligibility, and they can launch their applications to the higher ed data systems with their high school transcript data included in it. I personally have a freshman in high school, and it's been really fun for me to hear from my own child what they come back to me and share about their experience with California colleges. They took a inventory on what their career interests are, and they ended up enrolling in a CTE class for health professions. And they're thinking now about, wow, can they get their nursing assistant from the community college locally? What would that look like to transfer to the CSU? It's been really, really cool to see how my child's high school has leaned into the use of California colleges to make this career and college pathway feel really tangible for kids. Educators have the ability to then see, all right, what do my kids want to do? What are my kids taking? Are they on pace, on progress? And critically, are the ways that educators are loading the data into our state systems aligned with what the higher ed systems need, especially as it relates to those A to G subject area classes. Next slide. Now, as you may suspect, there's a lot of intentionality that goes into getting educational transcript data from the K-12 systems to CCGI. And so we work with a partnership basis. We work with districts, we work with charter organizations, any local educational agency to really help them bring their data in and meet certain data cleanliness standards and surface their data back to kids and educators. One of the goals of the Cradle-to-Career data system legislation is ensuring universal access to the tools by 2026. And here's where we're at so far. 319 districts are in partnership. That serves more than 2 million kids. We currently have 75 more that are in progress with us, planning to have partnership by the end of the fall, which will bring in about another 500,000 kids. So you can see it's really most of the state now has representation across the state, and this is about 3/4 of the state's public high school students enrolled in a high school district. Next slide. Let's see how that's looked year over year. You can see that there has been pretty substantial and ongoing growth with now more than 2 million kids served. Next slide. But wait, there's more. Lest it sound too much like infomercial, we are just this fall unveiling a whole new expansion of accounts for kids whose districts have not yet partnered with CCGI using data that is from the California Department of Education. We have brought an additional 1 million kids into the system. There's now 3.1 million accounts on California colleges, partner and basic accounts, to get the information about college going out to kids and to help kids figure out how to navigate this process. So I just want to pause and thank the CDE for their phenomenal partnership in this process. And they have really been an incredible partner in getting the word out to districts. They've developed a CCGI Flash communication series to tell districts about all of the benefits and to really encourage their partnership and to make it more transparent for folks how they can work with us. So really excited about what this represents for our ability to work with kids. Next slide. Now, jumping right from we love kids to let's talk about ed code, because that's how it goes in this space. Next slide. We had a variety of different policies that were moved forward through SB 153 this summer. First, most importantly, all of the LEAs in the state now have a timeline by which they must sign with California College Guidance Initiative to provide transcript-informed partner accounts to their kids. So between now and January 1st, 2026, everyone is expected to be in the fold. So that last little bit of kids, we're going to bring them in and help work with them on their data quality and data cleanliness so that we're serving all these kids. We also have the ability to work with the student information systems that serve these districts to really make it a lot easier for them to provide near real-time data. So I am pretty sure everybody here in this room is very familiar with how difficult it is to get clean, fresh, real data in a near real-time basis. This work with the student information system vendors, as well as the use of a standardized transcript, will ensure that we get high quality data without additional burden for the districts on about a weekly basis for all of the kids in the state, which is really exciting to help make it really fresh and relevant for them. We will also be working with all of our district partners to help them meet their expectation of 90% alignment on their A to G subject area coursework between their own student information systems and the University of California course management portal. If you don't know what that means, we'll talk through that in depth in a minute because it is complex, but it has a tremendous power to move the needle for kids. And then finally, we'll be working with CSIS to notate whether or not the student information systems are compliant with this, which I think will be really a big benefit. Thank you, Chair Payne. Really a big benefit to help ensure that all of the vendors in the state can really see the value of being compliant with this ed code as folks that purchase student information systems, procurement offices often rely on CSIS to provide them with information about that procurement. Next slide, please. Now, interactive, you can get out your phone. I won't judge you if you want to look at your text messages, but you can scan this QR code to download our guide on the Cal Ed Code changes related to CCGI for educators. We spend a tremendous amount of time out in the field. We have actually done trainings for 5,500 educators so far this school year, and we use this guide and others like it to help our educator colleagues throughout the state understand what we're doing and how they fit into it. Everybody ready to move on to the next one? If you want it, you got it? Okay, next slide, please. So let's talk about transcript data. Next slide. So you may recall back a few years ago in 2021, we had 60900.5 requirement to provide transcripts in near real time for the CCCs, the CSU, and the UC, and the Student Aid Commission using an API. So you might think, well, what is a transcript? Certainly that's what we thought. And so we decided to create the answer to that. Many states have a uniform transcript, an agreed upon body of elements that everybody says, yep, this is it. This is good. This is what a transcript in our state looks like. California did not have that. And so we worked collaboratively with the systems in the state to develop the California High School Transcript and Student Record Portability Standard and its associated data specification. So for the first time, we have an agreed upon set of elements that everybody can pass, and we all know what they mean, and critically, what the coursework that students have taken, how it applies to the higher ed system's needs. So this is a huge step forward for us to be able to provide transcripts that will actually have meaning for our higher ed partners. And I just want to acknowledge how much work and effort all of the higher ed systems, as well as the CDE and Cradle-to-Career, put into that process. It's been really phenomenal. We'll talk about that next. Next slide. We talked about why. One thing that I just want to emphasize, though, is for students, it reduces their administrative burden. It makes it so hard if you're a kid and you've got to sit down with a paper in one hand and fill out a form, and your paper says you took a non-semester class, but the form says you can only take a trimester. How do you know what you even took? It's so hard. When we have things streamlined, it takes the work off the kids. It puts it on the adults in the room to help make their process smoother. And it really just ensures that we're focused in on that user experience for kids. So that's the real why, although there's lots of other data reasons behind the scenes why that might be valuable. Next slide. So back in fall of 23 is when we released our draft with a period of time for feedback from the CDE, the CCCCO, the CSUCO, and UCOP. And then we released the transcript standard this spring on the Cradle-to-Career's data standards repository. It will be versioned, so it will live there forever. Thank you. And it will be available for anybody who wishes to see it. Next slide. Which could be you. I invite you to get your phones out and take a look at the Cradle-to-Career data systems data standards repository. You can see simple, clean, clear. What is a transcript? What do the elements mean? What do they come from? What are we doing? Okay, next up. So we got the transcript stuff figured out. Now let's talk about how it works in systems. Next slide. So California Ed Code 49083.5 requires these student information system vendors to first incorporate all the data elements that are in the standard and spec in their systems. Now, it will not surprise anybody that it's a real mixed bag out there. Some of the student information systems mostly have all the fields. Others do not even come close to having all the fields. And if I'm a person who works at a high school, even if I have the biggest and best intentions of getting CCGI clean data to match against the CMP and to pass on to higher ed institutions, if the system I'm using to store my data doesn't allow me to do that, I really don't have anything that I can do to fix it. So let's get the vendors to ensure that all of the data needs that are really California specific are there to provide those educators with the ability to use them. And let's do it without passing those costs onto the schools. So that is a key component of this. Then once they've got all of those fields in their system, let's have those systems develop an API, an application programming interface, to transmit those data elements to CCGI. Again, we would like data to be super fresh. If a high school updates something in their course management portal, we want them to be able to immediately see, oh yeah, did it work? Is my course now matching? If a kid takes a new class, we want him to be able to immediately see, oh yeah, this is what it looks like for my transcript. Having that data be really fresh makes it actionable. Stale data doesn't help. And this kind of frequency of fresh, high quality data will make the tools super relevant for kids. And then, as Chair Payne noted, we will work with CSIS for their compliance process. Next slide. Today, November 15th, is actually the final day for the vendors to provide us with feedback on our proposed process for management of all of this work. And we have been working with them through the CDE convened CalPads vendor group. So we've been presenting with the vendors, having meetings with vendors, responding to emails. And by January, we will have our CSIS matrix live, where we are saying, all right, here's all the vendors in place, and here's the progress they're making on being in alignment with this ed code. Next slide. This is one thing that I think is just fascinating, because you might imagine that in a big state like this, there's got to be 1 million vendors. There's 7. And so when we're talking about getting the vendors to get where they need to go, it's 7 vendors. We can work with 7 vendors. We can get where we need to go with 7 vendors. And we can ensure that these 7 vendors can get our kids the data they need. Next slide. Now, let's say you're just really into this and you want to learn more about SIS vendor capabilities procedure development, because who wouldn't? I invite you to scan this QR code and take a look at all the information that we are providing to the vendor community. What does it look like to build these kinds of APIs? What are the expectations for data security and data privacy? What is the process by which we will work with each vendor to certify their compliance, and what is the matrix that will ultimately be published by CSIS look like? And huge shout out to CSIS for their thought partnership on the development of this process, as well as CDE. It's been a really great process, and the vendors have been responsive. We've met with lots of them. Folks are pretty ready, they're pretty willing. They're trying to figure out how to add the elements and get it done for kids. So this is not an area where we've seen a lot of pushback. I think it's going to go pretty smoothly as we move forward and really enable the unlocking of the data capabilities. Next slide. All right. Now, the CMP course cleanup. Nobody has to raise a hand, but everybody think in their own hearts, how much do you know about CMP cleanup? If you're like most people, it's probably not very much. If you're some of the people in this room, it's probably a great deal. Next slide. Essentially, CMP course cleanup is when an A to G subject area class does not match between the district's student information system and the University of California's system. So when a student goes to apply to the UC or the CSU, the courses that they took are not credited correctly for giving kids the credit. So what happens? The school doesn't know, the kid doesn't know, and the application is delayed or denied in many instances. So it's a huge consequence as a result of data misalignment. Next slide. It also adds a lot of workload for educators. It adds a lot of time for students. And it's just really does not make things visible for kids. So it's a concern. We have seen lots and lots of schools go from something like single-digit percentages of CMP alignment to 60% percentages of CMP alignment. I was recently talking with a colleague on a project with our Riverside County Office of Education. He's been seeing schools get down to like 2% misalignment. They're like 98% of the way, 99% of the way there through their really dedicated efforts. And so when schools and districts are super attentive to this topic, they can really close that gap and ensure that kids' courses flow through to the higher ed systems in the right way. When students' courses are CMP aligned, they go into their application for a CSU, for a UC, they hit the course import button, and all of that A to G coursework populates their application. It is incredibly powerful, and it reduces the amount of time it takes to apply to college to just about 30 minutes. Now, for adults, well, what's the difference between a few hours or a few minutes? But for an educator who's trying to get a kid to the point of submission within a single course period, it is a game changer. It moves it along, and this is what this CMP alignment can do. Next slide. Now, you may think to yourself, well, how do you get CMP aligned? And it's actually kind of tricky for a lot of the districts in the state because they don't know which courses do or don't match. It's pretty hard to find it out. And so we have a whole team of technical assistance folks who look at the data that comes through to California colleges, helps surface disconnects, and works with LEAs and with districts and with counties to get it cleaned up. One of the things we've been doing this fall is we've been hosting specific CMP course cleanup events to align with the new ed code. So we're saying, hey, you got to get to 90%. We will help you. We've had 134 LEAs across 33 counties participating so far in 2024 in these major CMP alignment cleanups. So it's been a very positive thing. Next slide. Now, let's say you really want to learn about what CMP course cleanup looks like. You say, Mary, show me in depth all of the ways that adding a local course code can help things align. Let me get in there and understand what the folks on the ground are doing. I invite you to take a look at some of our CMP course cleanup material. Next slide. All right. Now, this is where I'll be looking around the room a lot, so bear with me. I'd like to provide you guys with some updates on our system partner progress. Next slide. All right. First of all, the University of California, I mentioned that kids can click that import coursework and pull all those courses and grades in for CSU and UC. CSU has been our longtime partner. UC is brand new this fall with the course and grade import. So it has been a game changer for kids. We've had well over 30,000 kids import their UC coursework so far, just this application cycle. And so this is a huge move forward to make kids' college application processes much smoother. We're also working with the folks at University of California to help them receive our final transcripts according to the new high school transcript and student record portability standard starting in 2025. So a huge shout out to them for all of their work in helping us design a data product that they can consume and make actionable. We're going to pilot with 1 to 2 campuses for this upcoming summer and really looking forward to seeing what that does. With the CSU, we've been working on the Lumina grant. You guys may have heard about the great admission redesign to offer direct admission. Really thrilled to be a part of scaling that process and thinking about how the things that we do can make it more clear to kids. You're in. Just click, move it forward. You don't have to wait. You don't have to wonder. College is for you. We've also been going to all of the CSUs that will have us, which is most of them at this point, and we're doing regional engagement meetings. So the CSUs have been so kind to help us bring in all of the superintendents in their area. And we're talking with, hey, this is what California Colleges is all about. This is what the CSU has to offer for your kids, and just really being like that community-oriented connection point for all of the superintendents and counselors in the region. I think, are up into the high teens of CSUs. I could count them off if I tried really hard. I've been at every single one. We're at the high teens out of the 23 campuses in the system. I'll be in Fresno in a couple of weeks, was just in Bakersfield last week. So it's been a really great experience to get that connection point with those campuses and working with their regional areas. And then finally, the California community colleges, we just signed an updated SOW. We're really excited to continue all of the work that Member Hetz was describing earlier with the updated CCC apply and with provision of high school transcripts to campuses for targeted support. And we're also really looking forward to being part of the answer for dual enrollment. We've begun exchanging data that can help better identify which kids are applying for dual enrollment. And we're ultimately working towards having dual enrollment coursework be part of a student's unified high school transcript. So it's absolutely phenomenal to see the power of that work. Something like 87% of the kids on California colleges apply to a California community college, which is just an extraordinarily high number. California community colleges are absolutely a top choice for our kids. And so we want to make sure that we are providing that focus and that support for those kids. Next slide. Would be remiss to not mention the work with CSAC. Really looking forward to seeing what they do with their student success blueprint and how we can fit into that with providing data and just deepening that partnership for content creation for students. So Member Moldoff mentioned this earlier as well. We're really just thrilled to partner and looking forward to seeing what can come. All right, next slide. Questions and comments. No more QR codes, I promise.
Member questions and comments. Yes, Member Evans.
Nathan Evans, representing the CSU, I would be remiss if I didn't step into my role not only as liaison, but I'll call myself an evangelist for the work of CCGI. And I so appreciate, Mary, you really just describing the power of this in day in and day out work with students, and just appreciate the partnership, through C2C, but also longstanding with CCGI, because this is transformational. And if I may take a point of privilege, while we're working toward that great admission redesign, actually, and Mary Ann knows this, or Executive Director Bates knows this, that at our last C2C board meeting, Catalina and I were looking across the dais from each other, and during a break, we said, why don't we just jumpstart something now? And so you may have seen that we launched a direct admission pilot for all high school seniors in Riverside County. And it's because of the power of data and being able to do everything. And it's because of the partnership between K-12 and our higher ed segments, as well as CSAC and others. So this is the future, and it removes that initial barrier. We're sitting here strategizing because we can't stop about how do we knock down every barrier beyond that. And if I have my visual aid, but the way we are handling this as a pilot, yes, is working with Riverside County Office of Education. Every CSU eligible high school senior received an admissions letter before they applied. And so and we have 10 participating pilot CSU campuses. And here's your next step. There is a QR code for them too, or a code to key in. But this is the future of how we reach directly and we address equity, and that first step toward accessing any type of post-secondary education. So appreciate it, and I'll step off my soapbox.
Maybe we should just change the categorization to evangelization. Any other questions or concerns? Yes.
Add to
Member
this. Let me tell you
Swikes.
what happened. Let me tell you what's happening. We've been able to, with the partnership with all these different agencies, everyone here, there's a piece of it. And I just can't thank Dr. Pogromo and Ginger and Nathan, as well as Tess, but they've accepted 17,200 students from my county, directly accepted, received those postcards. So it's a combination of partnership with CalPads, because our county has data sharing agreements with all of our districts that gives us CalPads access, so we can access their addresses and smell these. So our county is able to do this for 23 school districts at once, right? Then we use the California colleges data to verify their admissions into the CSU. They've had the GPA, they had the coursework. So 17,000 students received postcards, notifications, and now we're full court press. So if you see that phones and all that go, it's game time to get them accepted. And I just can't say enough that the vision is to be able to do this for every student in the state of California. And I have one particular student whose parents both have degrees, and he was still scared. He's still nervous, like, are they going to take me? And he gets this postcard October 7th, and it says, you're in. And he's like, game on, mom, I'm in. Like, I'm okay, like the sign of relief. And so imagine my migrant students in the Coachella Valley, my first-gen students in Corona, Norco, what that means for them. So I can't say enough of, we can do this statewide, and the ability to take all those pieces and take that burden off. And we're not worried because a Cal State application takes 33 minutes to do for one student because of the data-informed transcript data. So it takes 33 minutes for me to help one student. I could do one classroom, 60 minutes. I can help about 30 students like that. And because of the direct, and now we're able to do it with the UCs, which has been phenomenal time saving. So we're focused on energy on the essays and the writing than we are about inputting the right class. So I just want to say thank you to all of you. Everyone here has a piece at this table, and hopefully I can show you pictures on the break. A proud mom, but I can show you pictures on the break. It's amazing, and there's so many byproducts. I'll say one more thing. I think on the fiscal side, we think we're going to improve attendance in K-12. We're going to improve our graduation rates, our A through G completion rates, lessen chronic absenteeism, and increase ADA. Because now we have captive seniors, parents, and families that say, you got to keep your C or better. You can't lose your acceptance. You have to come to school to keep your C or better. There's byproducts we're going to see from this work besides just the direct admissions. So I think more to come as we look into the impact, but
I can't with tears, just want to say thank you to Tess. And 10 years ago when we started on this, like we could do something like this and we were just dreaming, and Nathan and the CSU that believed in it. Each group here just has a huge part of it. So more to come. 17,000 over 1.2 million. I told Nathan, don't look at the number, how much it's costing you guys. We'll return on them. We'll get the yield. We'll fill the schools with our students, but 17,000 lives, everybody. So thank you.
Marvelous. Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Aguayo. Appreciate your time with us today. Obviously, you've gotten us excited as well as you being excited. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
The agenda calls for a break for us right now. So let's take 10 minutes. I see 14:10, excuse me, I used military time, 2:10. And be back here at 2:20 if you would, please. Thanks so much. Welcome back. Thank you. We're now going on to agenda item 16. I want to invite Shannon Serrato and Angelique Palomar, who are already sitting at the table to present this item for us. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Member Payne. Good afternoon, members. I'm Shannon Serrato, C2C's Director of Engagement, and I'm joined by my colleague, Angelique Palomar, C2C's Deputy Director of Communications. And together we will be giving an update on the Student Pathways Dashboard. I would like to refer members to the staff report that was drafted for this agenda item 16. And if you're a member of the public and would like to follow along, the staff report can be accessed on the C2C website. Next slide, please. So today's update will focus on the office's user-centered design work with an emphasis on community engagement and launch plans for the Student Pathways data story. But before we dive into that, I would like to give a high-level review of the work done in preparation for the dashboard launch because it's been a while since our last update. But you've also heard from Marianne earlier today during her ED update and throughout today about much of that. So this will be, should be a quick overview. We want to flag that there has been a lot of work done around data linkage and the work being done by the data infrastructure team to ensure data quality, as well as the data program's efforts to update the data visualizations previewed during our last governing board meeting to include real data from the data system. And in concert with those teams, C2C's engagement team, led by myself and Angelique, have been spending the better part of this year engaging the public to ensure they have the tools and resources they need to not only access, but navigate and analyze the data included in the dashboards with the support of companion resources to facilitate data literacy and usage of the tool. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is just a visual reminder of the data visualizations that will be included in the Student Pathways data story, and this is only half of them that will be included in the final dashboards. But I wanted to show a special call out to the global filter functionality displayed in the image on the left, which will allow users to disaggregate data by school or legislative district, as well as by student characteristics such as gender or race and ethnicity. I flagged this element because, although relatively unassuming, it is a crucial design choice from a user experience standpoint that also centers equity, enabling users to make apples-to-apples comparisons across all visualizations when filtering the data, rather than making one-off selections that could create a frustrating experience for users, or worse, introduce inaccuracies if folks aren't analyzing the same data points across visualizations. Next slide, please. So with that refresher, I'd like to now focus on what we've been up to these last few months. As we all know, user-centered design is literally written into C2C's statute, but beyond a mandate, the office's work to prioritize community engagement as we develop tangible products to share with the public to ensure that we're hearing from stakeholders across the state about what they need, what they want, what's working, and what can be improved. With functioning wireframes in place this summer, the office set up targeted engagements with the public, educators, policymakers, and legislative staff to review the planned data visualizations, research questions, narrative, and companion materials. Overall, we had a community conversation with over 130 attendees previewing the data story in August. And we also held focus groups with educators and practitioners, 2 in partnership with the Possibility Lab with educators across the state, with the right side of the screen showing the counties represented during those discussions, as well as an in-depth session with educators in the Inland Empire, with many thanks to Member Cifuentes for facilitating that conversation. And we held 2 legislative briefings, as Eric Flores noted earlier today, one in person and one virtual with legislative staff focused on education, privacy, and security last month. Next slide, please. So overall, the research questions and data visualizations were well received, which we are very grateful for, but we also received a wealth of helpful feedback as we think about how to tailor the companion materials for stakeholders so that we're not only facilitating data literacy for all types of users, but ensuring the folks who could be impacted by the release of the dashboards have the resources they need to fully understand the tool and its underlying data. We heard that stakeholders, particularly educators and practitioners, had a desire for more information about the data sources feeding each visualization, as well as which data elements were included in the visualizations. Participants also shared that it would be easier to understand information presented if there was a summary of the charts and questions in the narrative, noting that while much of that information will be found in the rollover and helper text, it could be missed by users. However, and in contrast, we also heard that too much text in line of the data story could be overwhelming. So we really have our work cut out for us as we try to balance that for users. So to that end, the office has worked to make information clear and more user-friendly in a variety of ways. At the beginning of October, the office released a blog that detailed plans for the Student Pathways data story as originally introduced during the 18th month planning process, highlighting key information about what will be included in the initial release of the dashboards, as well as what differs from the original plan and what's to come. Behind the scenes, we've upgraded the functionality of the C2C website, adjusting things like margins, paddings, and spacing of text to increase how much information can be displayed at any given time, while adding things like content blocks such as accordions that will allow us to house salient and helpful information for interested users, while keeping it contained and less expanded to save real estate on the page. These elements will work in conjunction with the planned rollover and helper text within the data visualizations and accompanying the FAQs that we will release so that users have full access to information in a variety of ways. And finally, we've reworked our fact sheets by user type. We've always planned to develop stakeholder-specific documents to help users understand what will be included in the data visualizations, but we really heard from the public and it reinforced the office's duty to truly equip educators, practitioners, the press, and policymakers with expanded resources that will not only help them better understand, but later explain the data and outcomes found in the dashboards. Next slide, please. So along with those resources, we've been developing additional companion materials to complement the insights found via the dashboards. We've developed the initial communications plan for these data stories nearly 2 years ago that included C2C's theory of action to advance equity that centered supplemental products that will surface qualitative information to deepen the experiences of users. And I'm very happy to report that this initial launch of the Student Pathways data story will feature the voices of students in the state of California to provide a holistic picture of their educational journeys. We partnered with the Possibility Lab to collect and share real experiences of students, which will be threaded throughout the data story, along with a contained full page on the C2C website dedicated to this component. So on this slide is a sneak peek featuring the faces of real students who share their stories with us, which will really help shape how folks are engaging with the data story. And we're really excited to share that with you soon. So next slide, please. And so additionally, we've worked with the graphic design firm Design Media to provide an overview and tutorials that will guide users in how to engage with and use the dashboards. So we'll now preview a work in progress of the first tutorial video.
The story inside the stat. The California Cradle-to-Career data system, the state's official longitudinal data system linking education through the workforce, has launched the Student Pathways data story, a resource that provides a broad view of students' educational journeys from high school graduation to college and the workforce. The first of C2C's data dashboards, this collection of easy-to-understand visualizations offers valuable insights for educators, policymakers, researchers, and the public. Dive into the key insights provided by the Student Pathways data story, focusing on students attending public high schools and public colleges. Discover how students in California enter and advance through the college system over time, including who attends, the types of degrees or certifications they earn, and how long it takes them to graduate. You can also learn more about students who work while in college and how much they earn after graduation.
So that was an early look at our video that will accompany the release. This is the overview. We have 2 additional tutorials that will teach folks how to use the global filters that will be included. But those are still a work in progress. And so we wanted to share this early preview. And I also want to give a huge shout out to Ryan Estriato for doing the voiceover work. We really appreciate you. And so with that, I will turn it over to my colleague Angelique, who will share updates about the Student Pathways Comms launch.
Thank you, Shannon. Good afternoon, members. My name is Angelique Palomar. I'm the Deputy Director of Communications here at Cradle-to-Career. So Shannon just shared the development of the data system and how we've been prioritizing the user experience through our user-centered design work. You also got to preview some of the really fun components, engagement components that will help us amplify the Student Pathways data story. For this portion of the presentation, I will provide an overview of our communication strategy for launch and how we're pulling together all the different threads that Shannon just shared with you all to make a whole cohesive canvas to share our story through. Our strategy is built around 3 components: press and media engagement, digital media outreach, and a comprehensive training program that combines both virtual and in-person sessions. Let's start with press and media engagement. In the next slide, thank you. This is our primary method for building broad awareness with Californians. We're planning a targeted media push through a press release and press conference with trusted members of the media. We'll provide an opportunity for questions with C2C's team and invite our biggest champions and partners to join us. We'll work closely with our data partners as comms teams to align our combined messaging about our data partners' contributions, because this is a shared win. It's not just a C2C win. So we're going to make sure that we're working with our data providers as comms shops to ensure that we get all of the necessary resources and materials ready. Op-eds and thought leadership pieces. We have 2 products in the works. The first is an op-ed written from a student's perspective. We're working closely with our 2 student advisory board members, Alexis Takagi and Mike Nguyen, to highlight the challenges that students face when planning the transition from high school to college and how the C2C data system will solve for those information gaps. The second piece is a thought leadership column authored by our executive director, Marianne Bates. This will provide a high-level overview of the Student Pathways data tool, its practical use case scenarios and timelines. This is slated to be published in the California School Board Association magazine this month, directly reaching thousands of district leaders. The last component of our press and media engagement tactic involves targeting press outreach. So we'll reach out to our trusted outlets, particularly Spanish media, education-focused outlets, statewide press, as well as local and regional outlets and relevant podcast shows. Our goal with this targeted approach is reaching the right audiences to deepen our engagement. So your communications teams, especially the data providers as comms teams, will be involved with some of these key tactics on varying levels. I've connected with some of your shops already, and if I haven't, I will be reaching out. Just needed to make sure that I had all of the right contact information. Next is our digital media component. Our digital media strategy is designed to engage a diverse audience. Our tactics include a social media campaigns that are informative, bite-sized, and easy to understand. So we're developing media kits for our partners, for all of you all to utilize. This is something we'll work in conjunction with your comms shops to make sure that we are aligning and creating one singular message of each one of your involvement and your contributions to this win. We're also ensuring that all our materials are accessible and will be available in both English and Spanish. e-blast. We're making sure that we'll send tailored messages to different audiences to share our milestones and continue the drumbeat, highlighting key features of the tool and providing how-to guides. Web content. Shannon just previewed for you all just a little bit, but in addition to the data visualizations, we're developing companion materials that can help a general audience digest the information outside of a data viz. So we're planning to complement the dashboard with student stories to humanize the data, because we're not just talking about data. We are talking about Californians, students, their journeys and their pathways from high school to college and the workforce. So we want to make sure that we're capturing those stories in a meaningful way and sharing them in a meaningful way. Lastly, we're working on fact sheets and video tutorials. You just saw one of them. To ensure that all learners have an opportunity to understand how to use this tool. Again, these are separate threads that have been shared with you all. We're pulling them together. And this strategy aims to tie them all together to paint a clear picture for all of our different audiences. Next slide, please. Perhaps the most critical piece of our communication strategy is ensuring that users know how to make the most of the tool through tailored training. We plan to roll out a series of virtual and in-person sessions post-launch. Virtual training will include webinars and video tutorials focused on different users. Whether you are an educator, a researcher, policy analyst, or student, we're aiming to create content that centers users' needs. In-person training sessions. You may recall earlier this year that we embarked on in-person community conversations to meet Californians where they are. We're planning to pick back up where we left off to offer hands-on workshops where participants can engage directly with our team, ask questions, and work through scenarios in real time. Our goal is to foster a deeper understanding of the Student Pathways data tool and ignite ideas for how it can be used to drive positive and meaningful change. To wrap up, I'd like to emphasize that the success of this launch depends on clear and consistent communication with a targeted focus. We're grounding our strategy on collaboration with you all and our various partners. We look forward to telling the story together. That concludes our presentation. Happy to take any questions or comments.
Member comments or questions? This is exciting. It's going to happen. All right. Wonderful. Seeing no questions, we'll move on to the next item. Thank you both for that presentation. Looking forward to all the rollout and anything. And I probably speak for the entire group to say that anything we can do to help, just call on us. Absolutely. All right. Now we're going to move on to agenda item 17, an update from the Data and Tools Advisory Board. I'd like to invite Jason Borgen, of the Data and Tools Advisory Board, to join us and to present the item. How are we getting Jason?
I'm right here. Thank you.
There
Chair.
you are. Thank you, Jason. You just weren't up on the screen yet.
Thank you for having me. My name is Jason Borgen. I'm a member of the Data and Tools Advisory Board and Chief Technology Innovations Officer for the Santa Cruz County Office of Education, and glad to be presenting the Data Tools Advisory Board update from the October 1st meeting. And you can reference the staff report available on the Cradle-to-Career website, which is also available to the public. We do have, we want to mention, we have new Data Tool Advisory Board members we would like to introduce. Daniela Milan, Mirtha Ortiz, Villar, Lauren Reed, PhD, Yula Tarasova, John B. Watson, PhD. So again, shout out to our wonderful new Data and Tool Advisory Board members who were sworn in at the October 1st meeting. Next slide, please. In addition, as specified in the governance manual, the Data Tools Advisory Board create prioritization of three proposals to go into a feasibility study for new or added indicators into the Cradle-to-Career data system. In total, the office received 6 proposals. And if the office receives more than 3 proposals, as a reminder, the Data Tools Advisory Board members participate in a pre-meeting survey. And even prior to the pre-meeting survey, ad hoc committee was established to discuss and develop prioritization recommendations of which 3 proposals should be submitted prior to the survey. And that report was also submitted to the Data Tools Advisory Board prior to the submission of their vote. The three proposals that were discussed and presented on October 1st was digital access to learning, which was submitted by myself. Weaving disaggregated multilingual learner data, which was submitted by former member Orlick and member Owen, and student debt at colleges and universities. These 3 proposals were presented by each member of the advisory board who submitted, or the sponsor of that proposal specifically. Next slide, please. The evaluation, next step is for those to, the recommendation was all 3 of those proposals would go to the feasibility study, where staff would actually rank and provide an update at the March 19th Data Tools Advisory Board meeting, and give an update to the Data Tools Advisory Board if these are feasible and what the feasibility recommendations are for these 3 proposals and additions to indicators or updated indicators on the Cradle-to-Career data system. We're very excited to, as a board, to look at the feasibility studies that the staff works on over the next few months and to vote on if they should be recommended as new or added indicators at the May 9th, 2025 Governing Board meeting. Again, I thank you, and it's been an honor to serve you all on this board. I do want to let you all know that we, as the Data Tools Advisory Board, met for the first time at the brand new Cradle-to-Career building. Here's a little snapshot of our advisory board members in person, along with our wonderful executive director. And so you can see here the wonderful facility that we all participated in our meeting at. So again, I really appreciate and honor to present to you an update from the Data Tools Advisory Board, and happy to answer any questions. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Member Borgen. I really appreciate that comprehensive report. Do we have any questions from governing board members? Scanning. Seeing none. Thank you again. Appreciate your time today, and looking forward to seeing what happens out of the feasibility studies in your next deliberations. Thanks again so much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, now we will be moving on to agenda item 18. I want to invite Alexis Takagi, a Community Engagement Advisory Board member, to present this item from the Community Engagement Advisory Board. The floor is yours, Alexis. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, governing board members. My name is Alexis Takagi, and I am a Community Engagement Advisory Board member. I'm also a doctoral candidate at Santa Clara University School of Education and Counseling Psychology program, and I'm also the Basic Needs Coordinator at the Office of Student Life in Santa Clara as well. I'd like to refer members to the staff report that was drafted for this agenda item. If you are a member of the public and would like to follow along, the staff report can also be accessed on the C2C website. Today, I will be providing you with an update on the October 16th Community Engagement Advisory Board meeting. Next slide, please. At the August 14th Governing Board meeting, the Governing Board approved the appointment of 4 new Community Engagement Advisory Board members to serve a 3-year term. The 4 members accepted their appointment to the Community Engagement Advisory Board. However, 1 member did choose to step down from their position. So 3 Community Engagement Advisory Board members pictured here, Natalia Gonzalez, Daryl Jones, and Lisa Countryman Quiris, were publicly sworn in to the advisory board on the October 16th meeting at our new facility. We are pleased to have their expertise and insights on the advisory board. For more information on the new members and their background, including their bios, term dates, can be found on the C2C website. Next slide, please. In addition, the Community Engagement Advisory Board members focused on the proposal process that Jason talked about as well. As currently structured by the governance manual, before the fall meeting, the office received 6 proposals, And as more than 3 proposals were received prior to the fall meeting, the advisory board members participated in a pre-meeting survey to rank the order of proposals utilizing the rubric developed by the office. We evaluated the proposals to examine the potential impact and aligned it with C2C's vision, mission, and authority. As specified in the governance manual, members received a presentation from the members who submitted the top 3 ranked community engagement proposals, which are the expansion of constituent-based community conversations proposal, which was submitted by member Gottlieb, the California C2C mobile application proposal submitted by member Nguyen, and the data literacy outreach tools proposal that I submitted. After each member's presentation, the advisory board had the opportunity to discuss each of the proposals and evaluate whether it would effectively address the issues being flagged and would be meaningfully advanced the work of C2C. Members also discussed the amendment forms that were received before the meeting. The advisory board members had the opportunity to vote on whether the proposal should be advanced to the office that can go towards a feasibility study regarding legal requirements, startup, and ongoing costs to the office, and any political or other implications that would jeopardize the neutrality of C2C. The advisory board voted to advance 2 proposals indicated on the slide before us with an asterisk to a feasibility study. Next slide. Thank you. The Community Engagement Advisory Board will receive a presentation from the office on the results of the feasibility study at the March 26, 2025 Community Engagement Advisory Board meeting. At that meeting, members will have the opportunity to vote on whether to advance the proposals to the governing board for their consideration. Should the proposals advance, the governing board will have the opportunity to vote on the community engagement recommendations at the May 9th, 2025 board meeting. This was the first Community Engagement Advisory Board meeting held in C2C's new space, and the advisory board appreciated the opportunity to receive a tour of the space during our lunch hour. And this concludes my presentations at this time. I'd like to pass it back to Chair Payne for member questions or comments. Thank you for your time and attention today, and just thank you for all the work you're doing to advance this work. This is really exciting, and I'm really excited for just all the work that C2C is doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Takagi, for that great presentation. Do I have any questions or comments on the Community Engagement Advisory Board for Alexis? Seeing none, I did have the opportunity, I think, as I mentioned earlier, of attending this meeting, and it was to say it was inspiring is an understatement. It's really sort of amazing how much consideration these folks give to proposals and consideration they give to each other, and it was a long but a very fruitful meeting, and so I really appreciate that, and it was wonderful attending it on Member Nellam's behalf as our liaison. Again, thank you, Alexis. We will move on from here. Now we move on to agenda item 20, general public comment. We'll open it up to members of the public for general public comment. Do I have any speaker slips in the back? None. Do I have anybody in the general public in attendance in person that did not submit a speaker slip? Seeing none. Stephanie, would you please open it up for the Zoom room?
Yes, thank you, Chair Payne. For members of the public attending via Zoom, please raise your hand at this time if you would like to comment on this agenda item. Chair Payne, I currently see 2 raised hands. Amy de la Salle, I believe you were the first one with your hand raised. Amy, I will allow you to speak at this time. Could you do a voice check, please?
Hi, sorry, I think you unmuted me.
Oh, we can hear you now. No.
Sorry, I apologize for that. Raquel Morales, I believe you also raised your hand.
Yeah, hi, Raquel Morales on behalf of Ed Trust West, making public comment on agenda items 13 and 19. For agenda item 13, we are excited that the governor signed AB 2458 into law, codifying the Gains for Students Parents Act which will support the state's 400,000 student parents currently enrolled in college, as well as the 3.9 million parents in California without a credential. This California Alliance for Student Parent Success is currently creating resources and tools to support the successful and even implementation across segments of the GAINS Act that will be shared with the field. The data that higher education segments will share with the C2C data system will be instrumental in illuminating an invisible population and their experiences beyond higher education. Data gathered will allow the state and higher education segments to identify policies to support student parents and their children, as well as unlock the direct resources to support them and their families, underscoring the multi-generational impact of the law. As for agenda item number 19, we want to +1 members Cifuentes comments on this work and applaud CCGI's efforts to support LEAs in aligning A through G coursework with CMPs following education code updates with the passage of SB 153. By maintaining 90% alignment of A through G courses with CMPs, districts can ensure that their students receive appropriate credit for their A through G coursework, eliminating some barriers in high school students' transition to higher education due to data mismatches. This also improves counselor capacity to support the students with their college applications, saving time during review of students' course entry data. CCGI's technical assistance is critical to ensuring districts increase and maintain their A through G course match rate and facilitating access to higher education for students. We're excited to see the continued alignment between our TK-12 and higher education systems, which paves a smoother path to college and career for California students. Thank you.
Thank you. And have we gotten the other person back?
Amy de La Salle, you have been promoted to speak.
Thank you very much. I actually don't have a comment right now, and the last speaker was wonderful. Thank you for that comment.
Thank you. All right, anything else on the Zoom?
I see no other raised hands at this time.
Thank you so much. Okay, now we'll move on to agenda item 21. That was general public comments. Agenda item 21 is future agenda items. This is an opportunity for board members first and then the public second to articulate ideas about items to be placed on the ballot, on the agenda here for future board meetings. And so first off, we'll open it up to members for future board items. Proposition A. Seeing none, and as board members know, they have an ability to make suggestions at any time as well as in this formal board meeting. Okay, let's move then to future board items from members of the public. Do we have any speaker slips on this one, item 21? We have none. Do we have anybody in the room who did not complete a speaker slip? I see no one raising their hands. All right. Stephanie, let's check the Zoom for people wanting to offer future board items for consideration.
Thank you. For members of the public attending via Zoom, please raise your hand at this time if you would like to comment on this agenda item. I see 2 raised hands at this time. Raquel Morales, you have been allowed to speak.
Sorry, I just forgot to lower my hand.
Okay. And I see Amy de La Salle, your hand is raised. I will allow you to talk. All right, you have been allowed to talk.
Thank you very much. I don't have a prepared comment for this, but Raquel's comment, I wanted to attach to that and suggest something for the agenda that's looking at some of the populations that we might forget about when we're looking at this dashboard. She mentioned that there are 400,000 student parents in California. That is a staggering number that we need to certainly pay attention to. But what comes to mind is a bunch of other groups, and I wrote a short list. There are underserved students in the K through 12 system. There are misserved students in the K through 12 system. suspended and expelled students, students suffering from addiction. Let's see, students who choose not to fill out a FAFSA application, students involved in the juvenile justice system, adults in the carceral system who also will advance to a career afterwards. So I just want to keep in mind that those groups exist, and some of them are the most vulnerable, and they deserve, they're not just budget dust. These are the groups that would really be helped by important thought from this group. So I just don't want them to be invisible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very important points, and I appreciate that you raised them. Do we have anyone else?
I see no other raised hands at this time.
Marvelous. So that completes item 21. We now move on to item 22, which is adjournment. Before I officially adjourn the meeting, I want to thank all of the speakers that we had with us today, whether on Zoom or in person. I really appreciate their time and effort and the time they especially invested in preparing and presenting today. I also want to thank the members of the public that joined us and those who commented particularly. Thank you for your questions, comments, and continued support, which, as we know, helps ensure that our work remains transparent, inclusive, and responsive to the needs of California. We had a lot of important conversations. We had lots of excitement and exuberance today. It was wonderful. But I particularly want to acknowledge the fine work of the Cradle-to-Career office and staff. I know I speak for the board when I say we appreciate you, and boy, do we appreciate you. Absolutely. Very nice. Our next governing board meeting will take place on Friday, February 28th, 2025. We'll host members in person and allow any members of the public to join us. The meeting will be held right here at 400 R Street in Sacramento, Suite 140, at the office. For members of the public that would like to join virtually, this option will absolutely be available to you as always. As of 2:58 p.m., I formally adjourn this meeting. Thank you for all coming.